Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. This is Efika with you and Didi. We are here just trying to put the recording of last week about the topic of Israel. How could we learn and what can Equatoria learn from Israel? What are the lessons great Equatorians should learn from Israel's struggle for statehood? So this topic will be here, available in Facebook, because last time it was in Clubhouse. We did the live recording there, but this one is going to be for the record for those who are sharing it. You can share it anywhere to your friends, and actually let us learn from such, information that can help us, in particular, inspirational people in other world, because as we see today, Equatorians have a lot to learn, and they lack a lot of things that they might need to kind of cover it up as soon as possible. So this topic, this recording was last week. Like I said, it will be available here in Facebook. So we will put the recording in a few, but let's play first the music, and then from there we start. And I also want to welcome Didi. Thank you for joining me. Miss Didi, hello. Unmute yourself. Yes, hello. You hear me? Okay. I might not hear you, but hopefully the audiences are hearing you well. So I will play the music in Equatorian, and then from there we'll come back. All right. Let me just see. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get down and come back. Maybe I'll be able to. Hello, you hear me, Didi? Okay. So let me play this music because I cannot hear you. Maybe I have to exit and come back. But let me play it first. Oh yeah, now I kind of see your voice. Okay, no problem. So let me play this in music. Replay. I mean, we hit Equatorian and then come back. Thank you.
Geo, you records.
Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wani. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Na sawa. Anina Equatoria. Beled wahid, anina Equatoria. Anena Equatoria. Oh yeah. Kanita minyambio, kanita mintori, weleta minjuba, yeah. Anina Equatoria. Teresia samagesi wanena. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanina gulu wahi, Equatoria biraba. Yabirwa pijama, asan bele na biraba. So give us pen and give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Oh no, oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa, anina Equatoria. Beled wahid, anina Equatoria. Anena Equatoria. Oh yeah. Kanita zande, kanita mai, au kukuye. Anena Equatoria. Kelene na hibo nefusina. Kebilia kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahaba, behaja derino, hasan belet na biraba, arif mabisaido. So give us pen and give us guns. Give us Ipanabule. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa, Anina Equatorian. Beled Wahid, Anina Equatorian. Anena, Anina Equatorian.
Nina Kulu Sawa Jama. So my Pelfanan Ngala. I love my people, and I'm the voice.
Atoli ya buga ya baka, Equatoria balanda bari, kakuwa kilikuku, lambo lugoya, asante tokosa mundo, nyambara morobe mali, mundare, nyambara, otumu kari makotulo, lubara buga ya lobe, lodulo desetinari,
Mundo,
nare,
Anakulu Nasi Sawa. Mafi hata bigesi manena, siasa mabigesi manena, Anina Wahe.
Um, okay. Hello, guys. Sorry, I was trying to have. I think Didi have a technical issues because I can't hear you, and I checked with the Facebook. You're not heard, so you need to exit and come back while we just prepare the topic that we're going to discuss, which is. I mean, we're going to broadcast the previous topic we had recorded it live in what do you call it in Clubhouse with one of our Israeli friend who was narrating the history of Israel and the inspirational thing that we can learn from Israel based on how did they struggle and fought for their independence, their country, their nation, their land, their ancestral land that was almost taken away from them by mighty powers around the world. Remember, England was there colonizing Jerusalem and the whole Israel and Middle East, and Israelis who came back did not accept it, that they will be left exile and never to return back home. So they decided to fight hard for their homeland, for their father's land, for their ancestral land, as we all know, and they did overcome all the challenges that is known to be in Israel. And today, Israel is the most respected, the most feared nation in the world, and in Middle East in particular, where they have proven themselves to be worthy to call themselves the nation of Israel. Because to have a nation, you have to fight for it. You have to stand for it. You cannot just be in. No, I don't hear you, Didi, unfortunately. I don't know. Do you have any other connection device you have? I don't know if if people down there can hear Didi, please write down. Because Didi is in my left side. I'm in the right. So no, no. Yes, yes. I'm not playing the recording yet. No, I'm not hearing you at all. Unless until you fix. I mean, until you fix your recording. If you can, I don't know. Maybe you exit and come back, or you will try to kind of like if you have any devices connected with your computer, you need to kind of like take it out. So yeah. All right. While Didi is going to fix her, you know, audio. Make sure also you check your mute setting in volume in your computer. Sometime you might be locked, so you have to undone this one, the mute, and then it will be on. So yeah, you need to check every setting because sometimes there is some mistakes happen. But yeah, but what I want to say about how the Israelis have overcome the challenges in the land of their forefathers or their ancestors is that they did not give up. They did not allow, you know, the so-called British colonialists to dictate what is the destiny of Israelis who are running away from prosecutions and abuse from their sponsoring or adopting nations who were once adopted them after the exile of Israelis thousands of years ago under the emperors, the Roman emperors, who later changed the name of Israel into Roma Philistinia and then later calling it Palestine. And that's why some people will use that word to, to eradicate the name of Israel by calling this the land of Palestine. But if you look back, this land belonged to Judea, Israel. All these lands belong to them, and of course, those who knows the Bible, biblical history, God promised them the promised land, which is in Israel, and the land became theirs by the power of God, more than power of men, and they did survive and thrive as a nation under these terrible times of their life. And their ancestors have also shown bravery and resistance against any colonialist, any oppressors. And this is actually an inspirational nation around the world for anyone to listen and to know about Israel. We know it in the Bible, in the holy books, and also we know it historically because we, even as we live at the present time, a lot of people are aware of what Israel, who are Israelis, and where is Israel located, and what are they going through, and what have they overcome, and they have still been challenged, but yet they still are overcomers more than you know people who are defeated. They never accept defeat, and this is something inspirational. So you will hear later uh, my friend, his name is Rotem, Mr. Rotem. Unfortunately, today we are not going to broadcast the live. We're supposed to today, but we will broadcast it next in the coming week, next week, in God will. He will be with us, and this time we will actually go live from Clubhouse to Facebook, and we will bring the topic live where people can interact because he will narrate the second part of the topic. But this is the first part of the topic. We're going to broadcast it. And plus, also, I want to, remind you that as people who watch from outside, as an outsiders, when you hear about Israel, you understand they are fighting for something sacred, their ancestral land, their people, their history, their culture, their religion, their language, their identity. That's what makes Israelis unique and powerful. And this is the same thing I will relate to our people in Greater Equatoria, where we are in the same predicament right now, but we're not doing much compared to the Israelis. They have fought, stood their ground, raised their army, raised their young men to be army defenders of their land. They stood up against any foreign or domestic terror. They never let anyone to challenge their existence because they are so confident of themselves and they know who they are and they know their history and they will never allow their history to be wiped out nor their existence. So that's why you see them, they're standing out up to this moment. Even a couple of days ago or last week and this week, there was a lot of terror attack happened to them. And we pray for the Israeli people, for the suffering they're going through. We hope the, you know, Israel, of course, will overcome, but we hope for the best and we hope that this violence end, because Israelis, the only thing they are looking for is to survive. They're not looking to occupy or colonize or try to go into many territories as the Arab Palestinians who call themselves Palestinians, who are trying so hard to eliminate um, Israelis from existence. Even Iran one time have said that those under the Shia, a group of Khomeini groups, they were trying to say we will wipe Israel from the face of the earth, but they cannot do that because you cannot wipe any race, any people, any group in this earth that God created them to exist. As long as they are harmonious, they are peaceful. You do not have any right to do that. Just because they are harmonious doesn't mean they are weak. And Israel have proven that they were kind and also they were tough. And they kept their toughness now to show that the enemy you cannot thrive, yet we are reasonable when you come to negotiate. And you see in how many countries right now in Middle East begin to negotiate with Israel in peaceful dialogue, where they have to accept Israel as a nation in among them and to accept that Israel is not going to go anywhere because that land belonged to their ancestors. And so this is the war of the world that we live in. If you are not tough for your right, you will lose everything. And Israel is inspiration to Equatoria in many ways. For us, Equatorians, we need to wake up. We need to stand up and defend our people. We need to raise arm for us. Not raise arm in the mean that we have to do violence, but to raise ourselves up from the ashes of fear and cowardness and to stand up. And I know some people will misinterpret my word because, especially the enemies who are wanted to say, yeah, Equatorians now are calling for arming themselves. No, we want our right. And what I say in Israel, when I see Israelis, I see the inspiration, I see the relation, I see the connection, I see the power of how you fight for your existence. The only thing that we have fallen, not able, as people of Equatoria, we're not rising up to our standard. We see our land today has been occupied. We see our people chased away, marginalized from the land. Another group are trying to take over in a tribal way and try to combine us as we are South Sudanese. Imagine if Israel did the same by allowing the so-called Palestinians to be merging with them and say, yes, we are Palestinians, not Israelis, to eliminate the existence of Israel. They tried to do that with Israelis. They call the name Roma Palestinia, then they call it Palestine. And when Israelis came back from uh, from uh, from Europe and other places in the world to gather their people around so they can, return back to their father's land or their ancestors' land, they really work hard, you know, building, farming, establishing everything that is possible to let the generation to come not to feel lost and not to be always in intimidation by others. And they did manage so hard to make sure Israel become a nation, and they did with sheer willingness and also believe that we are not, they are not going to give up on their right. And this is exactly what happened with the people of Israel. And today everyone celebrate Israel around the world. Even their enemies, they celebrate them and they despise them because they are in animosity with them because of the hate that is built on them as generations who are lost to understand that this land belonged to the Israelis. So that's why you see hatred has gone. Hello, Didi. Are you able to can I hear you if you hello? Mm, hold on. Let me mute myself and see. Um hello guys. Sorry. I think Didi have issues if Hello, guys. Sorry, I think Didi have issues. If Yeah, so I have to open my mic in the other. Yeah, they. I can't hear you, Didi. I think you have an issue with your mic in that side. Because if anybody can hear Didi, please write down say you can hear her. Because I'm in the left and she's in the right now, and she spoke a little bit ago, but there was no voice or volume from her mic coming out, so it means that I think she has an issue with her microphone. I don't know why. Maybe the setting is not all right. Okay, I don't know. So again, back to my point of what I want to say in particular is that as Equatorians, we need to really rise up and wake up. We need to inspire our generation to come and our generation to love their ancestral land to the extreme that they will even ready to sacrifice themselves for it. Because if you look at Israel, like I said, it's a great inspiration on how they have defended and fought for their land without any fear. Some generation are born to bear the burden of knowing there was a mistake happened during maybe before their time they came into existence, and their fathers may be part of that mistakes. But what they did, they have you know chosen as the next generation not to allow that mistake to continue with the coming generation. So for Israelis to think clearly, to come back home and to return and build themselves into a nation, gave them that quality and that you know um notoriety and respect around the world, that after the 1,000 years of their exile, finally they chose to go home or come back home, and they fought hard to make that home become reality. Because most of the others in the past, when they are in the struggle, because if you look at the Jewish community around the world during the time of after Christianity, after they were chased away by Emperor Hadrian of Rome. He even built the Wall of Hadrian in England, Hadrian Wall. The man was so notorious, known for his, massacre of villages and extermination of tribes in ancient time. There is some tribes in Europe were exterminated by Hadrian, the same like he did in Middle East and others. But thank God he never went too deep into Africa to do the same. But imagine for Israelis paid the price and they were chased away and went out to the land of Spain, and some of them were Spain. Of course, there was others in many countries, in Asian countries like Persia, Africa, Kushite areas, the Egyptians, the Libyan areas, all these places, because Israel was everywhere. And what happened at that time, they did live there as exile, as slaves for 1,000 years, for years, and then until Rome fell, and then they expanded into many countries until Spain also abused them, and they went again to another countries, even to Russia, went to Europe and Germany, a place called Krakow, and during the Prussian Wars, and they expanded to that extent. And so the people were just everywhere until the Nazi, where they came and abused them. That's when they began to think. And before that, there was a lot of what do you call intellectuals of Israelis who told them that we have a homeland, we can go back. But some was like, oh, this is a desert area, what we need there. So some of them, they didn't even care. But somehow or another, at the time that was right, the people have chosen. In the 20th century, that was the time of the return of the people of Israel back. And when they returned, of course, it was a struggle just to build and to survive in that land. Enemies were around them, and they have managed to even begin to divide, because even the Arab, and you will hear it from our brother Mr. Rotem from Israel, he will tell you how this thing happened. Britain was behind it, the Arab, you know and the Arab were like, at that time, were given Asham, which is Damascus, and all this. And he will know, and he will give you more detailed narration on that. But what the lesson from this, what I want from our people of Greater Equatoria in particular, is to understand that our fighting for our land is a sacred thing. And once you don't understand and value that land, you are nothing. Without your land, you're nobody. It is shameful that our people are very much easily susceptible to anything that is given to them by the enemy, by the same person who oppressed them, by the same people who mock them and use them and tell them, like, you guys, you cannot be anywhere, you are South Sudanese, when the South Sudan name itself is not our name. I know we have a lot of enemies who are now using the ignorance of the people. And I have to say it, the ignorance of the people. If you're an ignorant mass of people who just follow leaders blindly and always want to be um, ignorant to the extent that you cannot see the reality that wrong is wrong and right is right, then you are a fool more than any fool that ever been. Because a foolish man will always want to be a servant. A foolish man want to be a follower. A foolish man want to be a man who cannot make himself better, who cannot bring himself with realization that you have to change your way to be a better person. I'm an Equatorian. I'm proud to be an Equatorian. Equatoria is a homeland for us. Equatoria is a place of our birth of our ancestors. Equatoria is where our people started their civilization. And for you to give up on your land just because you are a coward or because you are now feeling the heat that you cannot separate yourself from your oppressor who's trying to take your homeland, then you're not a person, because this is the weakness of a person who have no value. They don't even see the meaning, the greater meaning of your land. So my fellow Equatorians, at the moment that I see no one, maybe one or two, I hope the rest who have the conscience and they will listen to us later understand that we are not here for the sake of popularity or the sake that you like us or not. Because I know most of people here, some of them, they don't even like us, but they just like to copy what we say, and sometimes they will use it as if they have understood the meaning what we're saying, but they don't. We're going to speak the facts, the truth, whatever it takes. If you like it or not, we Equatorians are willing and able to, because our people are not going to give up. And for us to fight for our survival is everything. Equatoria is a place where we need to take pride and honor for who we are. So when I said I brought this topic today about the Israel, it's for a reason that we're trying to kind of like compare the thing that made Israelis to stand up for their land with our issues, the struggle, because we have the same struggle. They were fighting for their land. We are fighting for our land. They were fighting for protecting their people. We also fighting for protecting our people. And so when your people cannot understand the differences and cannot fight for the land, because it takes a lot from people with honor and dignity to understand that when you speak facts and genuineness. Don't speak out of these political slogans that you see and hear from others, because some people love to sing those political slogans to make you feel like they understood you, to sell you even a bullet that will take your life, to sell you even the poison or the snake that will bite you. That's what they're doing. And we have known our enemies that to have a strong support, because our people are confused and deluded by this idea that we need to follow. Once our people become free from this following cult of mindset, then we will see ourselves rising up to our potential. But if we are still like to follow because people say this is so, then we are lost generation. We are lost people. We are lost civilization. Like I said, if you cannot fight for the land and your ancestral land who stood for your ground, for your identity, then you have nothing left. So I don't want to go far. I'm waiting for Didi until she come back, fix her mic, and then from there she can say some few words, and then we can start with the audio recorded that we had. The recording that I said to you is a recording that one of our friend, and he was kind and genuine, generous to give his time to us last week to narrate the history of Israel in the matter of what's going on with the situation in Israel, and how did they start, when they built the nation of Israel. It was a struggle, it was bloody, it was commitment, and the most important is also bravery, commitment and bravery in the matter of defending the ancestral land that they had, because they have seen all the tragedies centuries for imagine. But finally, they stood and they became the most respected nation around the world today because of what they did. And so we would like to put this audio in a moment, but before that, I want our people to share this audio if they can, please, so it can be easy. So people who want to hear, just give me a second, please. Okay, just give me a second.
Pass my greetings to my greetings.
No, you need to silence the voice of your computer, because something I cannot hear your voice. Guys, if you're there, whoever is watching us, if you can hear Didi, please write down you hear her, because we're having hard technical issues with. Hmm. You have to, you have to like, m- silence your computer. No, I have no idea. Maybe it is because I don't see it. Good. Um, Make sure you mute your mic, or or whatever that you need to silence it, because I hear echo.
I'm on mute. It's only my phone that I'm talking on. I think it's from your device because you have multiple.
Let me see. I think he's still making echo. Okay. Hello, guys. Sorry about that. I have an issue with my tech, and I think Didi cannot be able to. Her device is not connected. It says device is not connected according to my computer. Shows me here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to continue, and we would like to hear Candidi. She was greeting you guys, to all those who are listening, and those who will listen later and understand the message later. What we want to say here at the moment is that this clip we will play. I mean, not the clip, but the whole video that we're going to play is last week recorded, and so I won't go far, but I will just play it so people can hear, in particular Equatorian, to be inspired and to wake up and rise to do the right thing. So I won't go far on that. I'm just going to let the video to play while you get it, and then later we will talk about it. And I hope Didi fixes her message. I mean her device. Let me see if you're here, Didi. I don't see. Are you able to speak? Can you speak? Well, no voice. I don't hear your voice, unfortunately. Yeah, there's something going on, but what I'm going to do is like we're going to play the audio, the recorded audio, and then later we will talk after it, and hopefully we'll figure out the technical issue that Didi has. And so, with no further more discussion here, I'm going to play it. It's like 2 hours and 52 minutes and 2 seconds. So the audio, it says the lesson Equatoria, as you see in the screen. This is recorded audio. The topic will be, what are the lessons Great Equatorian should learn from Israel's struggle for statehood? This is last week, the recording. And so, with no more further ado, and the person who spoke with us was Mr. Rotem. So, for people who never been in Clubhouse, in Facebook, you will have a chance to share it with everybody, especially our people down there. I know we speak English, but unfortunately, we kind of like we have to, because it was recorded in English, and then later we might speak in Arabic. If anybody have anything you want to say, please say. I know what we're saying right now have created a lot of heat, and it's interesting, to be honest. Even our enemies are increasing just because we speak about Equatoria. But that's the beauty of it. The more you have, if the enemies, if there was, people who are pretending to be your friends or pretending to be people who are around you and cannot respect your right, then that's not your friends. That's not your people you can trust. My right is more important. As I respect others, they need to respect me. I cannot pretend to be a coward, or to be somebody who's just a appeaser. So because I cannot fight back, I cannot stand for my right, and then I have to make that person who dislike me, who dislike me speaking about my right, to be quiet. Because if you do that, that's not a friend. That's an enemy. So I prefer to have an enemy who despise me because I speak for my right than a fake friend who will come around you only just to stab you in the back, like we see a lot of time with many fake friends and fake people around the world. So I won't go far. We know what that is. From their fruit you should know them. And if you're a friend, be a friend. If you're an enemy, be an enemy. But Equatoria will be rising. Equatoria will be a nation. Our people will fight for it, no matter how you think. We're fighting in our own way, and I know the time comes, everything will be clear. So I'll put this video, the audio, so you hear from Mr. Ratem, our Israeli friend who narrated the issue and the story of Israel. Thank you. Sorry about that. Let me do it again. Give me a few minutes, please. Hold on. I'm trying to play it. Uh, okay, just a second.
All right, bang, bang.
Hold on a second, guys. Sorry. Sorry, this is a recording from um, YouTube. I don't know why. I just pressed it by accident. So just hold on with me until we get there. Okay, so now it's playing. Just hold with us. See, the live thing is sometimes really terrible because when you play something live, it always has a crisis there. So yeah.
But
Oh shoot.
the thing I
Not maybe.
So it's playing, guys. Just be patient. It's like a couple of minutes and it will start. Because that time there was Mr. Rotem who was coming in, and so he came in, and then we start discussion, and then he began to narrate. So it's 2 hours and 52 minutes and 2 seconds exactly. The topic on the lesson Equatorians can learn from the struggle, Israel's struggle for statehood. And of course, it's written out there in the screen. It says this is a recording audio topic of what are the lessons great Equatorians should learn from Israel's struggle for statehood.
So we'll wait a few minutes before we start. Um, try to ping a few people and we'll see if they join. If not, maybe like they can see the replays later.
yes, you're right. Is happening in the country, but the thing that concerns us is not actually about the country, because really right now we are all already looking for independent of our nation as Equatorian nation. So Still people are trying to confuse. This is the difficulty. We're in this country. That's why it's a little bit complicated. South Sudan. Because we're like three regions and everybody have a different. We're like almost like Czechoslovakia. If you remember Czechoslovakia, how they are all different, even though they are united on a roof of Czechoslovakia, but now they have divided into 6 countries. I think that's the same thing with South Sudan, because most of us were brought under this former colonialist, and then later the Arab tried to take also our land by force, but we fought against them. And then now it became a nation, but not the way how we expected, because now another group wanted to dominate, want to build a hegemonic power. So we had to decide like we'll be a nation of our own because of the abuse, the genocidal, attacks on our people. So it's just extreme. Right now, the president is creating a conflict. He's trying to create an escalation, which even he's not even legitimate president based on what we know. He came there as a warlord, taking over power. So it's dangerous in its existence. That country is going to end up into a horrible condition, particularly like people now trying to, remind of what happened in Rwanda, but we don't want this thing to happen. So we want to exit as soon as possible to build our own nation. So we're working hard on that matter.
Yeah, I think like you have like, I don't know how, but you have like to make your struggle something that the West will also be familiar with, because most of the people
Exactly.
doesn't know even what happens there.
That's why we are, contacting, sending letters to all these nations, Western nations, even including to Israel. We send letter to embassy of Israel to see the support, because right now the country that South Sudan, as you see, it's even now trying to get like even the sponsor of terrorism in a way, because what happened now, those former Arab countries that used to fight us now are making deals with the regime, with this regime on the basis of resources and base of also interest on that matter. So they begin to kind of build a new ground there. Even the guy, like I told you, from Hezbollah, he was one of those contractor who owns a lot of businesses, like, and those money are gone unknown. So most of the money that he's doing is like corrupt, because that report had been, found by Sanitary, where George Clooney group, they were investigating on human right abuses, and they found a lot of sinister things happening by this regime. So yeah.
Yeah, like it was like regarding Hezbollah, there was like a project that the American did that called the Cassandra, and they tried to find out what is the path of the people, like of the money laundering made by Hezbollah, because like they are Shias, so they're not supposed to deal with drugs, with cocaine, but actually they have like a big web of smuggling. They have like there is like the triangle of borders in South America between near the Iguazu Falls, between like Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay, and there is like a lot of money laundering going from there. They transfer the money to Benin in West Africa, and there, like in order to launder, they're buying like so-called used car, but actually no one buying them. So it was like it was funny to see that the place, like when they put all the cars, it's just getting bigger on pictures like from above. So yeah. Say, I have a question for you, Odysseus. Like, would you prefer moving it to Thursday I try ping people, but I think maybe because it's like in the middle of the week or something. Or would you prefer us to do it anyway? I don't mind actually. We can do it anyway and like later see the recording, because I see like I try ping a few Israelis and like I part like most of them I don't see that are even connected. And I see like that your guys are not connected as well. So from my point of view, like we can do it now. There is no problem if you prefer, or like maybe doing it on Thursday, because I see that no one is joining the room. What do
Okay,
you think?
Thursday. Yeah, we can do that. No
We,
problem. We
we
can
can
do
do
it
it even now. Like if you prefer now, I did it. If you prefer now, like maybe we can give it a few minutes, see if other people will connect. Um, but like if you want to do it anyway now, then I don't have a problem. Like I don't mind just talking like with you guys, and it's okay. Like from my side, like your call.
I mean, I will schedule it for Thursday, but we can wait right now and we'll see on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
But we can do that at 2 p.m. on US time. It will be, I think, an evening time for you in Israel.
Yeah.
But we will be here. Hello, Didi. Welcome.
Hi, Didi. How
Yeah.
are you?
And meet
I'm
yourself.
good, guys. How are you guys? How are you, Rotem? How are you, Odysseus?
Hi. Thanks. I'm great. Thank you.
Good to meet you once again.
Yeah. Good to meet you too.
Yeah, thanks.
Um, I was just pondering here with Odysseus. We were wondering whether like to do it now. Like I can do it like with you guys, and after that, people will see the recording. Or would you prefer doing it like on a Thursday or something like that? Because I tried to ping a few people, but I don't see anyone. I don't see anyone connected actually. So.
So,
But
Odysseus,
like
what do you think?
Yeah, we can do it on Thursday.
Mhm.
Uh, we can do that, no problem. But we can just talk a little bit about things, and then we leave it as a recording, a short recording, and then
yeah,
later we,
sure.
we tell people that to come on Thursday at between 1 p.m. if you're in USA. Actually, let's make it. Yeah, Didi, are you able to? Because I know you're on a different time zone. You guys will be at nighttime. Are you good, Didi? Can you stay late on that moment?
Yes, yes, I can make a time for it. That's
Yes,
fine.
please.
Yeah.
So Thursday it will be on your time. It will be Friday for you. It will be midnight Friday for you. In
But it should be like on the day between Thursday and Friday, right? Not between Friday and Saturday.
yes, 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 definitely. Yes, I know. For the Shabbat, I know we're not going to
Yeah.
do that. Yeah,
Thank you.
yes, I know for sure.
Yeah.
So to me, will be on Thursday, isn't is it? Or
Yeah,
because
Thursday.
I'm
It
ahead,
will be
I'm
Friday
ahead
for
of
you,
time,
Didi.
I think.
It will
Yeah,
be Friday for you. It will be
yeah.
Thursday for us. Rotem and I
Oh,
will be Thursday because Rotem it will be evening for them. It will be afternoon for us.
excellent. Yeah,
Sure.
that's good.
Yeah.
Like I'm pretty like I'm flexible from the hours point. Like like now the time is 3 a.m. here in Israel. So I'm working
Wow.
nights, so there's no problem. Like
Oh, thank you so much, brother.
What's the weather like there?
now it's
Yeah,
pretty nice actually.
is it
It was
summer or spring or?
It's
we
springtime.
just started the spring, but there were like a few cold nights before. Like the last couple of weeks was pretty cold, but now we see the start of the spring. Like things are getting hit a bit.
Yeah, so I was wondering if we're gonna talk about things, so I think we would not be giving much detailings here if we're gonna talk about it on Thursday, is it? Or
Now we can talk like we can
Mhm.
talk now, and we can talk on Thursday as well. Like
Okay.
um, I like I thought like maybe if we can have more audience. Um, I was thinking that if we can have more Israelis, then they
Yes.
could give they could complete the picture. Like
Yeah,
I have a
that would
lot.
be actually, I would agree to that. I think I don't know, Dishes, what you're thinking, but
Yeah. So I say like maybe we can start talking about the um, the struggle for independence, and like I don't mind, like we can drill down, but like it is or Odysseus, is there something that you want to ask or something that uh, was like more interesting from your point of view, or like can I just chronologically start talking about the war?
Yeah, go, yeah, brother Tim. You can actually, yeah, you can put a brief on summary on what we're going to talk about next time, so people can be ready. We want, of course, to learn a lesson learned from the struggle of Israel for their statehood.
Sure,
You know,
sure. So I
yeah,
think I'll start, and like uh, maybe like we'll stop at some point, or maybe we'll dream down. Like if there are things interesting to you, feel free to stop me. Um, like we have the privilege of small room to drill things, so I will start. Um, and from there, like we will go on, and if there is something that you want to dive into, we can do it. I can. So the thing is, we need to remember like the relation between the Jews and Israel. So until the Roman Empire, the Jews were in Israel. There was some exile. There was exile that later on Cyrus the Great, the king of Persia, let us return to Israel. But 135 BC, um, we like the thing is that the Romans conquered. They finished like the last. They destroyed the last rebellion of the Jews. The Roman Empire crashed the rebellion. And what happened is that they decided to change the name of Israel to Palestina. And the reason they changed the name to Palestina is in order to humiliate us. So um, the thing is that the name Palestine, it comes from Placet. The Placet is like invaders. They came from we call them the invaders because they were Greek that came from Cyprus and from the islands in the sea. So the city of Israel went through the Arab conquest. After Muhammad in 6022 did the Hijra, there was like the caliphs. So it was like they have like the four first caliph. They call it the Rashidun in Islam. So the first one was um, Abu Bakr. The second one, the one that conquered Jerusalem, his name was Omar ibn Khatib. He came to Jerusalem, and he eventually changed, like he kept everything the same, so he just changed the name to Philistine. But like during the history, the Arabs like didn't give it like special. Didn't refer to it as Palestine. They refer to it as Bilad Hasham. Like Bilad Hasham in Arabic, it's the like the country of Syria. They like we were like considered of South Syria, and when the Ottoman Empire came, Israel was part of something that was called Sanjak Damascus. The thing is that along this time there was a population of Jews living in Israel. especially in Jerusalem, in Hebron, in the main cities. So the Jews lived in the main cities, and during even before, like a lot of people confuse it with the Holocaust, but we started to move in to Israel back again with the start of the Zionist movement. We always dream about Zion, even like from the very moment that we were exiled by the Romans. And we started to move in. And as we moved in, a lot of our population moved in the same time. And the thing is that the area back then was part of the Ottoman Empire, and Ottoman Empire divided its places to wilat, and under the wilat there were sanjaks. So we were part of wilat Damascus. Damascus is in Syria, and under that we belonged to sanjak. Like we had 4 sanjaks. One of them was Jerusalem. I think the second one was Fat, and so on. So the Israel was under the occupation of the Ottomans, and as in 1914 the First World War started, and the Ottoman lost to the Allies, what we called, and the British and the French divided their influence zone. So during the war in 1960, the First World War was between 1914 and 1918. And in 1916, they did something that is called the San Remo Convention. So what happened in the San Remo Convention? They divided the influence zone. They decided the French took part or took influence on the area of Lebanon and Syria, while the British took control over Israel. We took control over, the British took control over Israel, it was then called Transjordan. There is the Jordan River. And like what is now Saudi Arabia, Iraq, the British controlled all over those areas. So in 1917, the British, and I'm talking before the Holocaust, in 1917, the British said, okay, we had like good relationship with them. We helped them, like it's not much of a help, but we tried to do what we could. Like there were small battalions that tried to help, not something significant, but as an appreciation and as a moral, like it was the British decided that it would be a good idea and to give the Jews a home, to give them like a home in Israel. And this was the Balfour Declaration. Lord Balfour said that the Jews, Israel or Palestine back then is like the home, should be the home of the Jewish people. And back then, Palestine was not only the state of Israel. Palestine was Israel and Jordan. The thing is that there was a war back then, the Hashemites, by Sharif Hussein. Back then, like there are the two places that are holy for the Muslims, Mecca and Al-Madinah, the Hijaz area. And the Sharif Hussein, which was one of the people that was there, was like responsible for this area, lost to Ibn Saud, but he helped the British during the war against the Ottoman. If you heard about Lawrence of Arabia, Lawrence of Arabia cooperated or got the help of Sharif Hussein. The thing is that Sharif Hussein got kicked off the Holy Land of what was back then. So the British decided to give to both of his sons to rule on parts of the British influence. So what happened is in 1921, Churchill was responsible for what was called back then the settlements of Britain. He was responsible for those for all the settlements of the British in the world, and he decided to give by the advice of Lawrence of Arabia. He decided to give Jordan to the son of Sharif Hussein. The son was Abdallah, and the other son that gave him Iraq was Faisal. But as similar as of what happened in Africa, the borders were painted by the British, regardless of, without too much logic. Like they decided to draw the borders, so they drew Saudi Arabia and Jordan and Iraq. But back then, like the population of Arabia is composed of tribes, and those are nomadic tribes that go from places. They didn't even understand what is the concept of this border that the British are forcing. But the thing is that the British, in 1921, Lord Balfour decided to give them part of what, Churchill decided to give them part of what Lord Balfour promised as a home for the Jews. And this part is what was called back then Transjordan. What we call today Jordan was back then Transjordan. The thing is that when he gave them Transjordan, parallelly there's starting to be conflicts. Like when I say conflicts, it's like what I mean, that our population did some lynch along the way. So the first lynch was in 1921. That was like it's called the Mora Tarpa in Hebrew. The second was, and because of it, we started to make the Agana. Agana is like the foundation, something that will Agana is defense in Hebrew, and it will be the foundation of what will be the IDF later on. So we started, like we got the Agana in 1921, and we had to deal with the lynch that was made by the Arabs back then. So, like an interesting point is that in 1929, already in 1929, they started something that is called Morata Tarpat. It's another genocidal event. I don't want to get it too much dive into it because like it's an issue of its own. But like one of the incidents is that there is a story about a kid that was that one of kid of a family that's called Maclef, and they saw like a mob of Arabs. There were lynches in 1921 and later on in 1929. And there were lynches, and in the lynch of 1929, there was like an Arab angry mob that went into the house, and he was devastated because he saw one of the employees that actually lived with them and ate with them, went to the kitchen, took a big knife, and like slaughter all the family, the father, the mother, the brothers. And the boy name was Mordechai Maclef, and it was later on be the head of the IDF, the third head of the IDF in Israel. So this is like the incident and the problems started a lot before the War of Independence. And that brings us to the fact that after 1929, it was even actually the British came and they even make things harder for the Jews. Like they did, like every book that they gave was called a white book. And the time it got a lot tougher for the Jews to make Aliyah. And when I said make Aliyah, is trying to immigrate into Israel. So the problem was that the British started, like the British started with the Balfour Declaration. They were funded of the Jews, but along the time, as the time passed by, they preferred the Arabs out of their own interests. So they started with the Balfour Declaration that gave as a home both Transjordan and like what we call today Israel, and they call it as a whole a Palestine. So they started by giving it that, and like after the lynch of 1921, they gave some for the Jordanian, and after the lynch of 1929, they decided to make things harder for us. It was harder to get into Israel. You had to move on with, if you wanted to immigrate, you had like to have a minimum amount of money, and there was like an exact number that was able to go into Israel. So things like went much harder, while the Arabs could get into Israel very easily. Only after something that was called the events of 1936 to 1939, only after those events, there was some kind of border in the north. But there was no border from the Arab side. There was like the Jordanian force. There was a lot of Egyptians. Like even today in Gaza, there are a lot of people that are called El Masri, the Egyptian. It's like in Hebrew, it's Mitzrayim. So there was a lot of people that came to work, and they got more money working for the British and for the Jews than what they would get working in Egypt or in any other place. So it started the immigration of the Arabs into this place. So the thing is that we had a lot of hopes. We started like to when the Second World War started, we had a lot of hopes from the British. Like from one hand, they did like they tried to force their mandate. So from one hand, we have to deal with them as they were here in Israel, but from the other end, there was Hitler. Was like he killed Jews all over Europe, and we had like there were small units that started to be part of the British Army in order to assist the British Army. Of course, it was like we were talking about the World War II, and like whatever help it was a little help. Something that is more something that is very little, but like this is what we could do. While the Palestinians, there was no Palestinians back then. The thing is that the Palestinians were composed of Jordanians, Arabs, Egyptians, and people from the north. When I say people from the north, I mean people from Syria and Lebanon. So the thing is that we had a lot of hope that after the World War, the British will see us like in a better view. The problem is that after they finished the war, they were very like the only thing that mattered for them is their own interests, and even the people that after the Holocaust try to go into Israel had to deal with the biggest navy back then in the world, and what the British back then called like the biggest blockade, and blockade against who? Against the survivors, like the miserables that stays without family after years of not eating, had to deal with the British blockade. So we became more and more against the British, and there were like all kinds of conflicts without and the British. But like I want to take us to the United Nations, the what we call the Kaftet of November. It's the United Nations Declaration. So the thing is, in 1947, in November 1947, there was a decision on 29th of November. There was a decision to start two states in Israel. One will be Jewish and one will be Arab, not Palestinian, Arab, because back then there was no Palestinian nationality. There was like, as we said, even Jordanians didn't actually existed. Like what there is now is the Hashemites that control Jordan, but all there was like Arab tribes. So half of the country was for Jews, and half of the country was for Arabs, and like there was in this place like 39 places, or like cities, not even cities, like 39 places that were not in the Jewish state. And this declaration was supported by 33 countries, including Soviet Union back then and United States. One of the few decisions that both the Soviets and the Americans voted for. And like, if I can give like the first lesson is like, take what you can, because the thing is, we had nothing. For us to return to our land after so many time, after 2000 years, we got a small fraction from what like we started with the Balfour in 1917, and we got small fraction in this declaration in 1947, but we took it. We said, okay, no problem, give us some kind of land, and we took it. But the problem is that the Arabs didn't agree to take it, and the day after, a mob started like put fire on the central of the sorry, by they started fire of the commercial center in Jerusalem, and like the day after, we started the War of Independence, and we started it by they firing on a bus that went from Netanya to Jerusalem. 7 people were killed, and that was the starting point of the War of Independence. So they didn't even took a moment to stop. As soon as we got as soon as the United Nations decided to divide the land between Arabs and Jews, and when I say the land, I mean the land of Israel, the day after, they shot on a bus, they killed 7 people, they put fire on Jerusalem. We had to deal with the war, like clashes before, But this started the War of Independence, and the War of Independence, in its starts, began as a civil war. There were there was like an attacks from the people, from the Arabs that lived here, that lived next to us. Like I first quoted what the first what Maclef family suffered. The same thing happened here, and the thing is that there was a lot of clashes, and the clashes was made by the Arabs that live in Israel. They started on there were a lot of cities that were involved, like Haifa, like Tiberias. In the same, like in a few days, there were checkpoints. There were snipers that shooting on Jews. We had like to try to defend, and one of our major problem was that Jerusalem, the way to Jerusalem was um, a small way that was controlled by a lot of villages, by a lot of Arab villages that shot at vehicles as they went over. And the thing is that we had um, a lot of I don't know like the phrase, but small. It was called back kibbutz, but like or it's small place that Jews lived in, and there were like 39 points that were not part. There was no territorial. There was no territorial uh, um, sequence like between all those places. So we had to defend different places, and places that are not part, that are not like easy to go to. And the thing is that those places, those mini cities, let's call them, were built in a way that they could defend themselves. They were built in a way that they needed to um, operate in a way that we knew that we can't give them supply. So there was a decision in the Israelis group not to give up any of the places, and like a lot of places like fought during the war. Um, and the thing is that one of the major places was Jerusalem, that was controlled by, it was like a 6 kilometer way that started from Babel Wad to Jerusalem, and it was controlled by a lot of villages, a lot of Arab villages. So the start of the war was very bad for us. It was very bad for us because we had a lot of places that are disconnected. There are a lot of cities that were mixed, Jews and Arabs, and the Arabs like put blockades. And it was problematic because we couldn't let go over Jerusalem, because Jerusalem is like the symbol of Judaism. Like when we pray to Jerusalem. When we dream of Jerusalem. Everything Jerusalem is in our praise. And Ben Gurion decided that no matter what, we can't afford losing Jerusalem. But what we did is try to put convoys. We started like putting metal shields over vehicles. Like this was like the armed vehicle of back then, but it was actually just few metal plates that were put on vehicles that gave supplies to Jerusalem. And the thing is that we started to move all kinds of convoys, but the convoys got attacked over and over again. One of the convoy, one of the stories that we have is with the convoy of, it's called the Lamed Hey, the 35 convoy. So the thing is that south to Jerusalem there is a territorial part that is called Gush Etzion. Those people were detached and were under blockade and under Arab attacks. So in January 1948, there was 35 warriors in the command of Danny Mess that went to break this blockade and bring supplies. The thing is that there is different version. One version is that they saw an old Arab man that take his ships, and the other one that they saw two Arab women and they decided to let them go. They saw those two Arab women, they decided to let them go. The thing is that those two Arab women went back then and called all the villages that surrounded the area, and though they were lynched, their body were corrupted, they destroyed the body, we couldn't find them, and they were transferred by the British to be buried in a mass grave in Kfar Etzion. So I think that there is there are two versions. If there were two old women, or an old shepherd that saw this convoy, but when they were merciful to them and they were killed. They were killed and their body was corrupted. So the thing is that during the first period, and we are talking that the Jewish population back then, when the War of Independence started, was composed of 600,000 people, while the Arab was something around 1,200,000. Some say 250,000, more or less. But the villages were not concentrated. They were in a lot of places. They were detached from a lot of places, and trying to bring convoys to those places failed over and over again. And there were a lot of convoys. The 35 convoys was slaughtered in Kfar Etzion. There was another convoy that is called the Yechiam convoy that was also killed. I think there are a few more convoys that maybe we'll bring down to them on Thursday. But the thing is that the Arabs, even as the War of Independence started, they were in euphoria. They thought they were going to win the war. And in all the Arab station, there was a song that went to a hit that called for any Arab to take part of the massacre. And the song said, the Khelu el Saif equal, let the sword speak. They keep singing this song, let the sword speak. They were they wanted to do genocide. They wanted to kill us. They didn't believe that we are going to survive this war. And they started in geographic advantage, geographic and tactic advantage, while we try to transform convoys. And the thing is that to add to that, at the same time, the winter in Jerusalem, there was snowing. So there was a big fear that the people of Jerusalem will starve in the winter of the end of 1947. Another thing that we need to take into account. Joseph, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I'm really enjoying this. I was just curious if you could, do you know the name of that particular song about Let the Sword Speak?
The name of the song, that like this was the, how do you say that, the part of the song that you say a lot of time,
like a chant?
Yeah, like a chant. But I don't, like, maybe we can check, like this guy is still living, so we can check with him, but like in his book he said like this song, so I don't have the name of the song, but I can like ping him and check.
Awesome. I'm gonna check it out. Okay, please continue.
Sorry, Rotem, welcome, brother Yusuf. Rotem, you said the name, the title of the song called Halawat al-Sayf?
It's not the title, right? It's not the title, but like I'm not sure how to say it in English. Like when you have a song, there is a part of the song that is going,
the chorus, the refrain,
that is going repeatedly.
Yes, yeah, the chorus maybe.
The chorus, yeah, I think. Let me just. I will do Google.
I will search for it too. I will search for it. I'll find it. Is he? Where is he from? The guy, the singer. Is he those Arab Philistines, or is he?
Is he like Egyptian? An Arab? He's like an Arab. An Arab singer. I don't know like its name. I took it like from a book of a guy that was. That was part of the fighting force here in Israel. He has a book. I can give you links if you want. But like the book is in Hebrew, so maybe Yosef, it's more relevant to you. But the name of the repeated part is like Chelu el Sif Ikol, like let the sword speak. My Arabic is not so much, but like
خلوا السيف خلوا السيف يتكلم. It's like that, right?
Yeah.
Let the sword speak.
Let the source let the that was like back then. I can like he's still alive, and I can send him like an email and ask him like if he can bring more details about this song.
That would be awesome. Sure. I didn't want to interrupt. I just was curious about that one song, so please continue.
Sure, no problem. It's like feel free, like all of you guys, like, and even people in the audience, if there's something that you want to stop or to chime in, like feel free. So the thing is that we started like to sum up the situation that the Jews were that in the start of the independence war. So the independence war wasn't one big chunk. A lot of people divided it to a few chunks, 4 or 5. But the first part of the independence war didn't started when the British left. The first part was started when the United Nations declared about dividing the country, and after the United Nations resolution. This was the first part, and this part went for a few months. And during this month, there was a plan, like the Arab countries didn't want to get involved before we declared on independence, before there was like the Declaration of Independence in 1948. So they funded something that was called the Rescue Army. And the Rescue Army was composed by all kinds of Arabs, of Arab countries, of Arab volunteers. Sorry, and like I think that if we take into account, let me give you like more exact numbers. So there were like at the end of 1947. So I'll make it like clearer. There was like the UN resolution the day after they put the central commercial center of Jerusalem on fire, and the day after there was shooting on a bus that came from Netanya to Jerusalem, and that started like what we call the War of Independence, and it was like a part of the people. It was like civil war. There was no countries from outside, but they decided to fund 8 battalions of Arabs. So those battalions was like from Islamic tradition. They were called the El Yarmouk, Khitin, Qadisiyah, and on those battalions there were like volunteers from Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Palestinians that lived there back then. A battalion that was like from Druze, from Iraq, Cherkess, and like even the volunteers of the Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslim Brotherhood was started in 1929. Unfortunately, the Muslim Brotherhood still lives on by Hamas. Hamas are there like they took part of their agenda, and now they are outlawed even in Egypt, in Jordan, in the Emirates. But back then they volunteered. There were volunteers from Saudi and even from Sudan. There were volunteers from Sudan. They are like a Jordanian, Egyptian, and a small group of Muslims from Yugoslavia, Bosnians. Like even till now, like we have the family name of Bushnak is like from Bosnians. And they decided, it was like they call it the Rescue Army. And the Rescue Army, its symbol was Magen David with a dagger inside, like they wanted to rip us up. So when we talk about the War of Independence, we talk about attacks from the population within Israel, plus battalions from what we call the Rescue Army, that were composed of volunteers from all the places that we mentioned. And this is like what the Jews had to deal with back then. And like, unfortunately, this period of time, we were not, we had like a lot of problems. On top of that, March of 1948 is called like the Black March, because they did like terror attacks. They put bombs on trucks, and back then, like they moved those trucks into Ben Yehuda streets in Jerusalem, and they destroyed almost all of it. They killed like 50 people and more, like 200 injuries. We're talking and it's like it's just the start. There was back then they attacked the Jewish agency in Jerusalem, and that their attack on the Jewish agency was a big moral attack, because it's the office of David Ben Gurion. It wasn't in there like back then. It wasn't in Israel, I think, back then. But they destroyed the office, and it could easily died from this attack. So I think if we take into account the warrior fighters, like there were the local warriors were there was the Najada and Futawa that was like F military. Those are the Palestinians that fought from this place. There were soldiers that served in the British Army or in the Transjordan, in the Transjordan police, and there were all the volunteers that we've mentioned, 7,000. Adding that to the fact that the Arab population was 2 times more than the Jewish population, it allows them to put more forces when they need and then spread it out in other places. And I think they had to face with when we compare it to the Jewish forces, there were a lot of forces in the Jewish. The Haganah was composed of 5,500 warriors. There was the Etzel and the Lehi, 5,000 warriors in the Etzel and a few more hundreds in the Lehi. There were volunteers from outside. But there was, we have to take into account 2 things. The Jewish army wasn't strong in attacking. We were mainly trying to defend ourselves, and we mainly tried to move convoys to the places that are disconnected. And the thing is that the British, they were still there. They didn't left. They left only only in May, but they only care about their interests, to keep their life and sometimes keep their equipment. Although that in a lot of places, after the Jewish forces left, they saw that there was a lot of ammo that was transferred by the British to the Arabs. But the thing is that the Jews decided not to give up any place or wherever there is a population, we are keeping it. And the fact is that the Arabs back then didn't conquer a single place. They didn't conquer. They killed a lot of Jews. They killed a lot of people during the convoys, but still all the places stayed under the Jewish. When there was a Jewish place, it was kept under the Jewish hand. And there was another story about the Hadassah convoy. Hadassah convoy was back then, as we said, the Jews, in order to defend themselves from the attacks of the Arabs, moved everything with convoys, and the convoys were cars or vehicles that were simply vehicles with metal plates. And one of the convoys, the Hadassah convoy, there were a lot of Jews, and it was 78 Jews that were like it composed of the doctors and nurses and like visitors, and they went near Sheikh Jarrah, what we call today Sheikh Jarrah. It's the same place, and they were massacred. They went on a mine in the morning, in 9:45 in the morning, and even after they put a white flag, they were slaughtered. And like for 6 hours, the British forces refused to somehow escape this convoy or help this convoy. Even like they refused even to negotiate. And they were buried because like there was so massive attack. They were buried in a mass grave in San Andreas Cemetery. So like this sums up the first part. We'll take a 1 minute break and we'll start like what happened. We're like under the first period of the War of Independence, and as we said, on the first period there were attacks. There is like volunteers that came from all kinds of countries, but it composed of civil attacks, and the Jews are on the defense. The Jews like trying to put convoys between the cities, trying to move convoys to Jerusalem, and trying to keep the help to the isolated areas that was back then. There was no territorial territorial sequence for like the Jewish places, and this happens like after the Black March, after a lot of people killed, and after Jerusalem was snowed in the winter. Ben Gurion and the leaders of the Haganah decides that we can't continue like that, and after all the defense, we started to decide. The Jews decided, or Ben Gurion and the Haganah decide that we are moving to attack. We'll take a 2-minute break, and we'll start on the second part of the War of Independence.
Thank you so much, Brother Rotem. It's really, interesting story. And what you said, I've actually also read them before, but what happened, I mean, the struggle of the state of Israel was a real and genuine struggle for survival. So I really appreciate your narration to the history on that. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Do you have any question, Didi, or Brother Joseph?
No, not at the moment. No.
One thing I was, because I remember what you talked about, the incident that happened while these people were attacking civilians. Imagine, like they had no concern up to this moment. And this is what, when you're fighting an enemy or the enemy have intention to eliminate your existence, it shows that they will not care who you are. They won't even have understanding that civilians supposed not to be, target, but they went to that level to go to that, targeting civilians. And that's the same thing happened to us in Equatoria today, in South Sudan. And that's why we are struggling to be a nation of our own. What happened is that they are targeting civilians, and they're trying to also chase us from our land. Our ancestral land is to be taken and renamed, and just as the same as what you've gone through is similar. So when you're talking about this, it just relate to a lot of things that you've mentioned, relate to what we're going through in Equatoria. And then also there is also a very interesting history between Equatoria and Israel in the past during the struggle against the Arabs of the North Khartoum, which is if you heard about the Anyanya, there was a group called Anyanya. I will try to get a little bit biography about them so you can know about it. They actually worked, they were assisted once to fight against the North, but somehow in the middle of the fight, they got into a peace deal, but that peace deal later turned to a betrayal against us by the Northerners, and we stood another 30 years until finally we became a nation of South Sudan. But the way how South Sudan became a nation was not the way we expected it as Equatorian, because Equatorian issues were not yet solved. So now we are having another fight. This time is for determining, self-determination and protect our existence, because right now we are really feeling the existential threat that is coming to us from our enemies. But yeah, well, I'll bring next time when we go on Thursday. I'll try to get the biography of those. The leader of that group is still alive. He's an old man now. His name is Joseph Lagu. He was one of the people who worked with the Mossad to get, to fight the North during that time under the Nimeri, because Nimeri is the one who actually also support the Palestinians like Hamas, like Fatah, who were, making terrorism attack in Israel. So there is a lot in that moment that Equatorians and Israel saw eye to eye that they have to fight, the enemy who's threatening their existence, from both sides. So yeah.
It's amazing. Like if you can bring him on Thursday, it would be amazing.
Unfortunately, the old man, Mr. Joseph, he's in England, but I will try. I'll try if I have. But one thing I know is that he lives in England right now. Since like 2000, I think he's there in England. So I don't know if he returned back, because those are the heroes that now are neglected and even exiled from homeland. So I look forward to, if I get a chance, definitely he will be here. But I will bring his biography and about the Anyanya and how Anyanya group worked with Israel that time to fight against the tyranny of the North at that time. So yeah.
Amazing. Okay, so when we divide the War of Independence, we said that the first part was the defense and the convoys of like the Jew place, like the Jew cities were in defense. As you heard, they suffered a lot of casualties. More than 1,000 and something people, more than 1,000 casualties. So they decided we need to change our modus operandi. We need to work differently. And there are two factors that are major in the turn point, in the first turn point of the war. And one of them was ammunition. There was a lot of people think that United States was with us from day one, but the truth is that United States made an embargo on both sides. They didn't want to take part in it. They didn't want to sell us weapon. So we had to find out what we are doing. The Jews sent Golda Meir. Golda Meir was in the Jewish agency back then. She was sent to United States to raise money to buy ammunition. And thank for the Jews in the diaspora, especially in the United States, we were able to buy ammunition. The second part was that no country wanted to sell us, a part of Czechoslovakia. And Czechoslovakia had a lot of weapons that were like from they had like from the Second World War, and they were in a bad economical situation, and they wanted to sell us. So with the money that we raised from our brothers in United States, along with the cooperation with along with Czechoslovakia. Czechoslovakia just sold us the weapon, and of course we are talking on the days of the Cold War. We are talking on 1948. If you remember, like the Churchill, what he said, that an Iron Curtain went over Europe. So Czechoslovakia got the approval of Soviet Union to sell us weapons. And the thing is that the Soviet Union wanted like they wanted like some kind of connection to the new state, and there were a lot of kibbutzim. Like kibbutz was something, some kind of I don't know how to call it, like a lot of people that live together in the same place, but like they all earn the same. It's like a mini implementation of the Soviet agenda in those kibbutzim. So the thing is that to sum up, United States didn't want to sell us weapon. United States decided to put embargo. The Jews in the United States, we got donations from them to buy ammunition from Czechoslovakia, and on April we got the new ammunition. We needed it like an air, because a lot of the ammos, the British left a lot of ammos that the Arabs took on. There were Arabs that were like part of the British police. Yeah, just someone raised hand. Sorry.
Go ahead. It's a great conversation.
Sure.
So,
Feel free to chime in. So the second part of the War of Independence, the Agana and David Ben-Gurion decided that we can't stay and be on the defense. We have to start attacking. We got the ammunition, the first ammunition from Czechoslovakia. We got some planes, like we can dive in about the what we call the start of the Jewish Air Force. But until then, we had like 12 light planes that they served just to transfer food. They weren't attack planes. They just served as for transferring food and people. And we got the first parts to build the Messerschmitts, but we'll dive within later. So with this ammunition, there is like a lot of people started to start new battalions. A lot of volunteers came from abroad. Some of them were Holocaust survivor. Some of them were from Cyprus, from the places, the detention place that the British sent us. So there was like battalions of those volunteers. So at that point, there was a decision that we must go to the offense, and the offense says, Ben-Gurion said that we have to have Jerusalem. We can't afford to lose Jerusalem, because Jerusalem for us is a key point, morally and not only morally, but it has like to be a part of our nation. And just a quick reminder, on the first when the United Nations in 1947 decided to divide the land, they said that Jerusalem will be a city that under the United Nations, under foreign eyes. I don't know like how to say it. But the Arabs weren't going to let that happen, and the defender of the place his name was Abd al-Qadir al-Husseini. He was a part of the tribe of Haj Amin al-Husseini, which Haj Amin al-Husseini was the big mufti. Back then, during the Second World War, he met with Hitler, he met with Mussolini. He was interested in he at the radio were trying to support, like make the Muslims support the Nazis and the fascists in Italy. And he was Abd al-Qadir al-Husseini. The Husseins was a big family, and he was he was responsible for Jerusalem area. And there was a decision that we are going to remove the seed, Operation Nachshon. Nachshon is like it's a symbolic Nachshon, like when in the Bible, when the Jews wanted to when Moses opened the sea for the Jews, the first one that went, his name was Nachshon ben Aminadav. So they decided in the 5th of April 1948 to start Operation Nachshon. And it's in the first time they started to assemble a force of 1,500 people that will move village after village. And I think like they were like try to take especially the castle. The castle was a major point that was under Abd al-Qadir al-Husseini. And at the first, it was conquered by the Arabs. The way the Arabs work back then, there were a lot of villages on major point, and whenever one of them saw a convoy or Jews, he started to put a siren. I don't remember its name in Arab, but they like call and to bring all the villages from all the places. This is how they massacred the 35 convoy. So we started with Operation Nachshon. It lasted like for a week. After that, there was Operation Arel. During this period, this is like what's going on in Jerusalem during this period. The rescue army by Fawzi al-Kaukji is attacking in the north in order to block the way from Wadi Milk to Haifa. And there was like the Battle of Mishmar HaEmek. They like bombardeered Mishmar HaEmek, and we were like the same thing. We were on the defense for a few days, and afterwards Yitzhak Sadeh, one of the generals back then in the Haganah, took the command and attacked back the major force of Fawzi al-Kaukji. And this is like started what we called the Operation Nachshon was the first, but it started what we call the Operation D, Tochni Dalet. And the idea of Tochni Dalet was to start occupying territories. We can't afford the idea of the leaders back then is that we can't afford that we have a lot of places that are detached, and we have to put convoys in order to bring them food and in order to bring even a medical supply. So after Operation Nachshon, after they broke the road to Jerusalem, they started, and Jerusalem for us is a symbol. It's like to lose Jerusalem, a part of the fact that there were, at the same time, there were 100,000 Jews. Like when we are talking that the whole population, the whole Jewish population in Israel was 600,000 Jews. So 100,000 Jews were under blockade in Jerusalem, and they were in physical danger. Not removing the blockade from Jerusalem would, I think, in my opinion, a hit that we couldn't stand. It was 1/6 of our population, and it was like losing the major symbol. So we had to break it. This was like the key point, and this is something. This is a thing that Ben Gurion always mentioned and always returned to in what he said. We have to defend Jerusalem, and we are talking about losing in this place. Losing in Jerusalem means that this population would have been erased. The Arabs back then didn't talk about evacuation. They talk about killing the Jews, and a lot of the Arab leaders during this part of war told them, "Don't worry." Told the Palestinians, a lot of Palestinian refugees came from the place of. They were told by the Arabs that was there at the same time, "Don't worry, evacuate yourself. After we'll finish, you can go back into your city." And I think, like, if I can take a major point or a major turnout in this war, I think that Jerusalem, like removing the blockade on Jerusalem, is one of the most important parts that we had back then. And Operation D or Tochni Dalet started, and in this operation, we are starting to create this territorial sequence. We cannot allow ourselves anymore detached places. And another thing is that the British are evacuating. The British are started to leave the place because, as we remember, the United Nations declared to divide the land between Arabs and Jews. And from that point, they were supposed to evacuate even back then until August. And they even rescheduled, the British rescheduled their living on the land. They didn't want to be here. The British, just to emphasize, the British had 100,000, a force of 100,000 British here, like 80,000 were soldiers plus 20,000 police force, and we are talking 100,000 police and soldiers. While for India and Bangladesh, they had like 10,000 force to rule over the place. So they wanted to leave as fast as they can, and as part of Tochni Dalet, we had to take over the places that the British had back then, and we weren't able to conquer all those places. But we have to take over. They have like the British took over a lot of places. Were like I don't know, like forts, like a medieval forts, like Montpart and all kinds. Even one of them is like in Fallujah. It was like it remains until until the end of the war. And this change of strategy, the move from defense to attack, is the thing that changed the picture. And from now on, during this operation, we took over Tiberia, Haifa, Sfat, Yafo, in Operation Hametz. We took over about the southern places, the southern Jews villages. And there was like a change of a change of the momentum. And Tiberia like was the first city that the Arab population evacuated. They went for Syria. First time that an Arab city give up, and it changed. Like this is like, if I can take one thing or one lesson, is like the importance of momentum, because until Black March in 1948, when we were on the defense, we suffered a lot of losses. We lost a lot of lives. And only after we moved to offense, and only after we decided, instead of moving convoys, we need to create this sequential territorial. So there will be a sequence between all the places. The things started to change, and we took over Tiberia, and morally, the Arabs back then, and sure, again, I'm saying Arabs because this was the plan. The partition plan was aimed to divide the place to Arabs and Jews. And after we conquered the city, there was mass, a lot of people ran away from the city. And here I want to take, very important, I want to take an example of something that is called Abu Ghosh. There were like a lot of refugees, a lot of Arab refugees during the war, that a lot of them left because part of them were afraid of what is going to happen, and part of them believed that as soon as the Arab decide, they will conquer the land and they will do changes. So I think I lost my line of thought. But I think during this this change, during the defense, and when we're talking in defense, we're talking all the phrase was all the country is front. There was no place. It wasn't like there is front and back like in most wars. All the country was front. There were fights against Fawzi al-Kakuji in the north. They were fights against the forces of Abd al-Qadir al-Husseini, and there were fights against El Afriqui, which also controlled some of the regions. So we are talking, the British are still here. We're starting to take over. We took Tiberia. This is like the moral impact. We took Tiberia, we took Sfat. And all the Arabs started to run away. And even Jaffa was near Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv was a big city even back then. And eventually we conquered around 100 Arab villages. And we, during this war of independence, there was a change, and this, like, a lot of Arabs ran away. They believe they waited for the entrance of the Arab forces. At the time, we are talking about a few Arab forces, and during their fled to the north, a lot of them like went to the north. A lot of them went to other places. Like, this is like the start of what they call the refugee, and a lot of it was like, we didn't deport them. We later on, our deportation of Palestinians was from later on in the war. We didn't gather, but it was from Ramle and Lod, because they cooperated with the Jordanians. But during this, like, when we are in this stage, there was after, like, they surrendered, they just fled away. And I think, like, the thing is, the most important thing is that the Americans thought, after, like, from November 47 to March 48, they thought that we are going to lose this war, and there will be a lot of lives that will get lost. And they wanted to finish the partition plan. They wanted to say, okay, let's return everything to the United Nations. And after this part, after Plan D, after Operation Achshon, it proved to everyone that the Jewish place as a military potential. So the Americans started to believe that the Jews can win this war, or the Jews will not get wiped out by this war. And this is a picture that was until March. This was like the main pictures that got from the war. So the most important thing is, like, morally, there was a major change. We saved, like, we were afraid that we're going to lose Jerusalem. We're talking about 100,000 people that are going to die. It was, and now the most important thing is now that we don't have any more isolated territory. We have, like, a sequence of territory, and we can defend it. And I think, like, this thing, at this point, Ben Gurion, at this point, on May 15, 1948, Ben Gurion declares about the state of Israel. Until now, all the war and all the things we talked about was without the declaration of the state of Israel. Only now, Ben Gurion decided to declare. And the thing is that the Americans said, don't declare. Like, there was a great pressure not to declare on Israel as a state. But and, like, for this thing, in my opinion, it will will always be one of our major leaders during of Israel and of the Jewish history. He was brave enough to declare the state of Israel. And when he declared the state of Israel, we finished the second part of the independence war. Like we said, the first part was civil war plus the volunteers from all kinds of Arab countries. the second part was the Jewish place, like the Jewish go into attack. And only now, after May 15th, we declare about the independence of Israel. We didn't do it by now, but only in that day he declares. And when he does it, we are getting attacked. This start like the third part of the war, and we are getting attacked by 6 armies, even more. We are talking about Egypt from the south. From the west, we have Iraq and Jordan, and we're talking about a real army. It's not an army of volunteers. It's an army of states. And we attacked from the north by Syria. And this start the third part, like after the Jewish, like this is like what I most important, I think, for me to emphasize is that the fact that there were so many stages to this war. Like I can talk to you about different wars, and usually it has maybe a step 1 or step 2, but here like we're going to the third step, and in this step there is no more volunteers. The Arabs, the army of the Arabs, or the Arabs that surrounding Israel, they starting to understand that it's either they go into Israel and abolish it, or Israel will not lose, because as we said, we took over a few cities. We created this territorial sequence, and we declared the state of Israel. And the thing is that just like the thing is that even at that place, we didn't want war. Even in that place, when we declared about Israel, there were still questions what to do with Jerusalem, or bring it to the United Nations, and maybe after we declare about Israel, maybe then we can negotiate about peace. But there is no peace. The response of the Arabs surrounding Israel state is one. The response is war. And I think like the thing is that a lot of people talk about the borders of 48 or the borders of 67, but the war of independence was ended with truth, not some kind of peace, not just truth, which means that what we call the green line is something that is only symbolizes the stop of wars, or the stop of the military conflict for that point. So like this starts the invasion of the armies. We'll do a quick a few minutes recess. We'll talk about this part like for a few more minutes, and I think like we'll continue. We'll do like a more dive in on a lot of parts. Like there is the bombing on Tel Aviv, and there are a lot of things that we can dive into. But I just like I'll take a 5-minute recess. I'll finish the part of the invasion, and we'll stop there, and we'll talk about it later on. If you have any questions, like after this 5-minute stop, feel free. Thank you.
Yes, please return. Thank you so much. We can give you the 5 minutes break. Yeah, it's really interesting, the whole narration of the story you've been telling. Yeah, after the 5 minutes break, probably we will have some questions. And if anybody have something to say in the meantime, you're welcome. CJ, if you're here, or Yusuf. Did Did I pronounce your name right? I'm sorry if I pronounced it wrong. Um,
Yosef, I think.
Yosef,
Yes,
Yosef,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, Yosef, yeah, that's correct. Yosef. Now, I really just want to thank you guys for having this room because I really find it fascinating, and I don't have any questions at the moment. I'm just listening. So, thank you guys.
You're very welcome, brother. Um, we might have question later for brother Rotem in a moment after the 5 minutes. So thank you. Thank you so much, brother Rotem, for your time too, for giving us your time to narrate the history of Israel and what can we learn from it as Equatorians who are also calling to be a nation. I think we have similarities, like I said, in that matter of facing different attacks from different sides. Uh, our enemies are not wanting; they don't want to see us become a nation, and they want to take our lands and plus abuse on our people. It's similar, maybe even a little bit different in matter of that we are even considered to be a one nation. This is the conundrum that South Sudan have, is that Equatorians is part of South Sudan just because of the choice of the people at that time as three regions coming together and forming a nation. But that formation was based on, there was some hidden agenda. And today we're seeing the hidden agenda is that there is a tribal domination by one particular tribe. And then also there is those neighboring countries who are actually in cahoot with the regime, this tribal warlord regime that is holding the country and holding, especially in our region, as a hostage. They begin to take the capital, Juba, which is, solely belong to Equatorians. They begin to make it as the capital of the whole country when we did not agree upon it. So plus Juba is, yes, it has a historical significance in the past in South Sudan in general, but it wasn't supposed to be the capital. The capital was supposed to be in some place else within between Upper Nile, Bahr Ghazal, and those areas. And Equatoria will be, have their own capital. But unfortunately, this thing did not work. That's why you see, and then also you have the international community did somehow support blindly this tribal regime, thinking that these people are really fighting for freedom and equality and human right, but unfortunately they turn out to be villains, and they're not different from the northern neighbor, which is Khartoum, Sudan, who we exited or we have seceded out of it years ago, and now we are, living in another nightmare. And what we are now looking for is to opt out from this country, and we don't even consider ourselves to call ourselves South Sudanese, nor we even want the name Sudan to be in our, identity, because Sudan is actually it was given as an insult historically. It means the kingdom of blacks, which we know ourselves to be Kushites. We were not known as Sudan. The kingdom of Kush was a big, empire in the ancient time. But of course, through invasion and through also Arab invasion and the Ottoman Turk invasion, have played a role in dividing and breaking apart this kingdom to the point that our people, the Kushites, have had different kings and all that, and then later, even Equatoria is actually a name that because we fall in the equator, so we accepted to accept the Equatorian name better than Sudan. Sudan was an insult name. It wasn't based on a name that we chose, the Kingdom of Blacks, which is ridiculous. This is what they did to our ancestors. And of course, now we have come to the understanding, even South Sudan says the Southern Kingdom of Blacks, which is ridiculous in Arabic, South Sudan. So, so we don't accept it. Some people, they want that name, but not us. We will not accept it. So yeah, but definitely we're going to narrate our struggle and the genocidal attack that happened to our people, because that's why we see a lot of connection with our brothers in Israel of how they fought for their freedom after the Holocaust. They had to struggle for centuries to come back to the promised land, to their, you know, you know, the ancestral land, and finally they took it, and they took it by, not easily, but of course, he showed in this narration that the will of the people of Israel have made it happen, and that's an inspiration to all the struggling people in the world. Anybody who believes in freedom and equality and human right, they will definitely want to, see an inspiration like that to even see a better world. Because I know Israel never thought of fighting their neighbor, but it was forced to, and to exist, because your existence on a threat under threat. The same thing we see ourselves also. Even for us to exist, those people who who see us like we cannot separate, we cannot be a nation. They feel like why we want to be a nation. That's like you don't have authority on us. We decide. We the people decide. Based on our suffering and based on how we feel ourselves under threat. So yeah, but I appreciate you so much, brother, and thank you. Go ahead. I hope I didn't take long. Thank you so much.
No. I would love like to hear your stories. I like to hear narration about what you're going through, and I truly hope that you can like understand or you find it useful to hear about our struggle. So just to finish, I will just talk about start of the third part. We will not like do everything. We will finish here, like the third part of the war. And I think like you can refresh my photo. You can refresh my PTR photo, and this is the invasion to Israel from all over the countries, and we can see the forces from all from Jordan, from the north, and from Egypt. And that brings us back to the decision whether or not to declare a Jewish or the state of Israel, whether or not to declare the state of Israel. It was a big dilemma. It was the big dilemma because there was American pressure to delay it. And they wanted like some kind. The Americans wanted some kind of to make the British mandate longer, or some temporary control of United Nations. We were also afraid by the United Nations position. And back then, the United Nations was composed of a lot of democratic countries. Like now, it composed like there are 193 countries that over a third are not even democratic. So back then, Abba Evan, one of the ambassadors to the United Nations, said that the United Nations can declare that the world is flat and Israel did it, and it will pass. Because now the United Nations is strongly against us, but we don't care. So there was a big dilemma whether or not to declare about the state of Israel, but there was a sense of like a window that we have to take this opportunity window. And if there is one thing I can, or one conclusion of all what I said, I think it is that to take whenever you have an opportunity to take it, and this is what happened with the war, with the declaration of the state of Israel. So a few days before, the Arab League, like the leaders of the Arab state, decided that their armies will invade Israel right after when the British mandate will end, and right after we declare our independence, all of them went in, and they wanted to run a blitzkrieg. They didn't want. They want to take over the Zionist over the Middle East, to finish the existence of Israel, to destroy Israel from the world, and the truth is that we are talking about all the Palestinians and so, but they wanted to control Israel by themselves. When at the end of 1948 war, at the end of Independence War, Jordan occupied the West Bank, and what we call Judea and Samaria. They occupied it, and the same thing would happen with all of Israel if they would have won. They wanted a territorial expansion as well, and they resist like the fact that the Jews will control a single meter from Israel. And the thing is that we have to remember that we had a lot of motivation, but you can see that they attacked. The difficulties is that they attacked simultaneously in a few fronts that are distant from one another. You can see that even in the south, there are two arrows, one from the south and one from the middle of the south. You can see that from Jordan, they come like scissors to attack Jerusalem from north and from south. You can see that they have like a topographic advantage, because they attacked when they attack from the north. The north is much higher from the rest of from the what is north in Israel, and let's not forget they are fresh armies. The Jews fought from November till May constantly, and the Arabs come with 100,000 soldiers. They came fresh. They come with 14 planes, attack planes. Like as we declared, they already attacked. They bombed Tel Aviv. They had 40 tanks. We had like our armed vehicles were metal plate on regular vehicles. They had like the aerial advantage. They were trained. They didn't fought till now actually, and the Jordanian Legion was the most trained legion in the area. It was trained by the British Army, and the British was back then. They were like a very powerful force, not only in the Middle East but in the world. And the Jordanian were trained by the British, and we had to fight with all this a lot of forces, fresh forces, tanks. They had like guns. We didn't even have fire planes. We didn't have tanks, and they like a lot of Arabs at the beginnings before the embargo. They had like Western weapon, while we bought a weapon from Czechoslovakia. We sensed like there was a lot of fatigue, and during this we also started our country. We wanted to start a country, so everything was against us, but we had a strong motivation, and how we did it, and how we survived this major part. I think this part will continue on Thursday. It's like it's a great story as well, but I think like it's we can talk about it, about all the operations of the first, and the fifth part of the War of Declaration. And that's it. Like, if you have any question, or like or things that you want to dive in, or to make clearer, then it would be great.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Brother Rotem, again, for this great narration about the history of Israel, how it became a state. I think Mr. CJ had a question, but also I have something I want to ask you, based on, you said United States kind of like put the embargo when you were struggling to get weapons. And at that time, did US politically had a strong support? Because I know, from my understanding, they did. But from what at that time the people of Israel, before they became a nation, did they see the United States was actually able to, or were showing any friendliness to it? Yes, Israel must be a nation, and because even you said they were afraid even for that word, for why Israel have to be a nation immediately like that, because they kind of like, it sounded like they were panicking that it's not the right time for Israel to be a nation. So what was the thought in that moment, especially maybe for the elders in that time, in that generation? Thank you.
So I think I don't have a one answer. I think like it's like you can interrupt it, interpret it like in a few ways, but there was like sympathy, but not sympathy that we can do something with, you know. They didn't agree to bring us weapon. They voted for the partition, the partition of the United Nations, but that's it. Like, we raised money, thankfully, for our brothers in the United States. I think in a few more places, but I didn't got any sources for that. But like, if we had lost this war, then I don't like United States would never would do nothing for us. People don't know, but in 1948 there was embargo. Even in 1967 we had Mirage. We bought planes from the French, and after the 1967 war, the French decided not to sell us any more weapon, and gradually we built connection with United States. And in 1973, the weapons that they sent us, there is like a lot to talk about the relationships between the United States and Israel. But if I focus on 1948, it was like some kind of sympathy. They were panicked when they thought that we are going to be annihilated. But that's it. Like, there was like no military intervention, or even like they didn't sell us a single bullet. So we had to deal with it. And it's like we had a part of Czechoslovakia, we couldn't buy like weapons. Most of our weapons was from from the East Europe, and like this brings me to another point, a point that is painful in Jewish history, and this is the fact that during the war there was a ship that was called Altalena, and the Ben Gurion back then, like I have a lot of positive points for him, but this like was something negative. There was conflict between him and the Etzel, like when he um, um, when he started like the IDF. And this thing must not happen. Like we had conflicts between us, but apart from this specific point where Menachem Begin was on this ship, Menachem Begin was later on our prime minister as well. He decided that we are not going to shoot on our brothers no matter what. So they sank the ship, and it's like it's a painful point for us. But if I need to draw a conclusion from that, I would say like stay united. This is like the most important thing. Stay united. This is like what helped us, and I didn't talked like about the rest of the war, but like I think I think the fact that we fought for our home, we were outnumbered. Tech plans, like even I didn't talked about the Air Force in the start of Israel, like in Israel. But back then, like we got some parts, some message miss part that we tried to assemble, and like part of them we didn't even were damaged. Like we assembled them, and the plane didn't work. So, but all of that, we always remembered that we fought for our home. During these 2,000 years, we didn't have a home. We were exiled over and over again, and we were exiled not just from countries that are, I don't know, not just from Muslim countries, as happened in the late century, but even during those centuries we were exiled from Britain, and we were exiled from Spain and from Portugal, and we were like even in Russia and in Ukraine, we were lynched in a few times, and it's like after 2,000 years, we get a state, and all of us knew that we are fighting for our home, and even the fact that we fought for 6 months. Imagine, like we are fighting for 6 months. We are getting momentum. We are taking our cities back, and what's happening? 6 or 7 armies, and like the top armies in the Middle East are attacking us. It's Jordan and Iraq. It's even I think Saudi sent some volunteers. I don't remember, but like Egypt, Syria, and they were like on topographic advantage, and with all this we were still able to win because we fought for our home. And like no matter what, when you fight for a home and you get invasion from outside, I believe, and it's like, it's my opinion only, it will be a major advantage.
Absolutely. There was another question, but I forgot. I'll try to remember it later. Mr. CJ, you have anything to say? Oh, Mr. Youssef, Didi. I don't hear Mr. CJ. I think. Do you have any other device you're connecting? If you can, because I don't hear you at all. Now I hear you.
Hello. Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can hear you, CJ.
Thank you. Yeah, let me say greetings to you, gentlemen, ladies and brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, and our special guest, Rotim. Am I right? Brother Rotim,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Rotim, Didi, Odysseus, and Yosef, and all who are watching us, at the bottom as well, the back row. Yeah, indeed, I'm proud of you, gentlemen, brother Rotim. What a wonderful history that you have just brought it up, narrated to us, it's indeed, it is a struggle, for surviving, and you did it. I'm so proud of you and proud of your generations, Golden Mayer and Isaac Rabin and all those who were particularly the founder of the nations, the one who declared the nations. So there's no word that I can be able to say, but other than that, let me just get to the questions. It's good for you to join us. Yeah, my main point was actually, I wonder who was the first country worldwide that has recognized you at the time when Bangladesh declared your nation. This is number one. And I mean, simple questions. The second one is that when we look to Israel, since your displacement from your homelands of Israel, probably in 70 BC, if I'm not mistaken. By the time when you began to think of coming back home, deciding to go and fight for your independence, get back home, what was the estimations of the Israelis who were living in Israel by the time? I wonder if you could know at least, an estimate at least. Now, the third question is, of course, it was really, I had to pray for those who lost their lives. Our prayers goes to them and to their soul, that God may rest them in peace. And for all that they have endured during the Holocaust. Now, the question is whether or not, in your thinking, do you think that, what happens to you in Germany, despite it was a tragic, do you think that particular incident, or by means that particular genocide, was it a curse or it was the opposite? That is another way, it is a way out, it was a call, if not a verse, that God might have given you so that you could think of your everlasting land of Israel. How do you explain that? It means, let me have your opinion on that. Again, going back to the options that you were given, based historically, of course, all is about history. Based on history, it was said that you were given, your people, your heroes were given, after when they left Germany, with all these crises, you were given two choices, either to go to Sudan or else go to the land of Israel, or Jerusalem. So what was your motive? When you decide, why wouldn't you make it to Sudan? Why wouldn't Sudan be your first choice by the time you decide to shift, your people decide to say, no, we will go to Israel? What generate that feeling of going back to Israel? Despite, of course, we know Jerusalem is your land. Other than that, other than Jerusalem being your ancestors' land. The last one is that, what was your response as Israelis when Jamal Abdel Nasser, remember, the Egyptian president, he was actually shocked by the time when you start moving into Israel to go and get your inherited land. Yet he went on to say, those people left us as, let's say, people of color. All of a sudden, they are now a different color. What was your answer to that? Thank you. Sorry,
So
in unacceptable. I'm sorry. I apologize if at all It is not something acceptable. Thank you.
So thanks, CJ, for the question. I will try to answer what I remember. So I don't remember. The thing is that after we didn't go through all the war, but at the end there was a truth. So at the end there was no peace between us and any other of the other Arab countries. The Arab countries that didn't recognize us. Some of them, like I think Egypt, recognized us only. Even in 1967, there was the Khartoum Convention in Sudan that they said the three no's. In 1973, there was the Khartoum Convention. The Arab League, the leaders of Arab countries, met and they said the three no's: no for recognition, no for any normalization. I don't remember like what the third no was, but like they didn't. That from their point of view, we don't have the right to exist. And even just to emphasize, like only after we did the peace with Nasser in 1970. I think it was in 1979. Only after that, like we had some kind of agreement with our country, and even that, he had like to go and ask. He had to ask the permission of Muslims, of the Muslim university. I don't remember who led it back then. But he had to get an approval for signing with us a peace agreement. But the only reason they signed with us any agreement is that they saw that they couldn't conquer us. In 1948, we won. In 1967, they thought that they will win, but they lost again. They thought that 1948 was a mistake. And even in 1973, after few attempts, in 1973, we started. It was the worst war from us, from our point of view. I don't want to dive into, but like eventually we got 100 kilometers from Cairo, but it started very bad from our point of view. We thought that it's the first war that we thought that we are going to lose. But we won at the end. And only after that, after they realized they can't annihilate us, they made peace with us. And the thing is that they are still, till today, a lot of Arabs that from their point of view, we are only temporary. So the struggle continues. The struggle started in 1948. I don't know until which year we will struggle, but we will struggle and we will fight and we will win. Because this is our home. And I think like this is like from my point of view. So I don't recall exactly who was the first country that
Recognize you.
To recognize us. I think there was a few states, and like gradually more and more states started to recognize us until there were the recent years that even the Emirates and Bahrain and Morocco recognized us. This is like from this point. The other point is like Jews from the diaspora would go only to Israel because this is our homeland. There were suggestions to put us in like I think it was in some part of Kenya back then. Like it was named Uganda, but like back then it was part of Kenya or something like that. There was a suggestion of Argentina, but the truth is that the only reason a Jew will leave the place he will go to his home and leave the place that he's currently founded in is for Israel. This is like the place that we dream of. It's in our praise. It's in like everything we do is Jerusalem and Zion. Like Jerusalem is in the Bible like 600, more than 600 times. In the Quran, it doesn't even mention once. So I think like for us, it was only for Israel. And as I mentioned, I don't know like if you were in the room as we started, but the key point in the War of Independence was Jerusalem. And for us, losing Jerusalem could mean losing the war. And like it's a key point from us. And like there are wars that you cannot lose. And I think like when you fight for your home, and like maybe we see it like in more wars, but I can only talk about my, I don't know, our Israel, that when you fight for your home, you don't give up. And even like in 2000 and in like in 1994 or 1996 2000 until 2002, I think there were terrorist bombers that like blew buses. You couldn't get near a bus in Israel. There were tons of terrorists. Like even yesterday, there was like an ISIS terrorist that started to shoot in a major city named Hadera in Israel. So I think like the fact is that we fight for our home, and we will not give up. We will not move an inch, and we will fight with all what we have. And this is advantage to help us win a war against six fresh armies, because they didn't fight for their home. They just want to take the land and cut it to pieces. Like all this Palestinians thing is like bullshit. They just wanted to cut part of it and take it. And we struggle for our existence, and we will keep fighting for our existence. And I truly hope that like we're fighting for our homeland, and I know that you guys are fighting for your homeland. So I truly hope that you guys will succeed as we did.
Proud of you, yeah, indeed. I'm very proud of you, young man. You're now there. You have a lifestyle of how to deal with your enemies, those who are around you. It's like, leaving your house, all of a sudden you could see bees coming around all over. Yet, you didn't give up. You went on, you know, strongly, and you managed to get in to your house back again. Yeah, that's something great. So, there was a question that, how many Jews were here by the time when you decide to get in back home?
So there
Were there Jewish populations by the time? I believe there were some Jews who were living in Jerusalem by the time.
Yeah, like
So,
during
do you have any estimates or no?
before the war started, there were 600,000 Jews and 1.2 million Arabs. And during the war, we lost 1% of our population. Out of 600,000 Jews, we lost 6,000. This was the outcome of the war, but we fought and we won with a dear price.
Yeah, historically, before you could come back home, what was the ongoing history, from the people, from your people when they were in Germany and scattered all over the world? What was your talk mainly? Were you thinking about your homeland, or there were no any kind of that kind of dream? Were you been thinking?
So there was population.
I mean, those who are
in
before
Israel.
you, of course, you're a new, yeah, you may be a newborn. I mean, those your ancestors, those who are before you, who have already gone to their rest.
Yeah, so there was a population that lived throughout the years, but as I started the room, I said that the Israel was conquered several times, and it was started like the Romans took like they finished the rebellion and they changed our name and like took us. You can see that there is the Victory Gate in Rome until today, and you can see that they are holding the menorah. It's like it's a piece from our temple. That's like that is engraved in the gate in Rome. So there was still population there, and in the majors, in like a few major cities and a few villages, but a lot of us were in the diaspora. And like as soon as we had a chance, when the Ottoman Empire was replaced by the British, and we got the Balfour Declaration. It's like the first time that there come a nation and says, okay, you have the right for your home. And when we got this home, we started to fight on it. And I said, like, at some point in the room, that Ben Gurion, it's the first prime minister of Israel, he had a lot of pressure not to declare about the state of Israel. He had a lot of pressure from the United Nations and from United States and a lot of countries not to declare because they were afraid of what's going to happen. Like we were surrounded by 6 Arab military armies. Like I think like with tanks and with airplanes, and we didn't have like we weren't equipped as them, and we were after 6 months of a war. The chances weren't on our side. So I think like because it's something that I'm like repeating myself, but if there is something that I want you guys to take, is the fact that when you fight for your homeland, is like even when chances are against you, and even when other countries don't support you, and other countries won't sacrifice people for you, the only thing you can do is fight for your land. And like if you have, like you guys, like some of you are in the diaspora, if you can help your brothers in their struggle, and we got help from our brothers in the United States that help us buy ammunition. Like if you guys in the diaspora and you can help them, please do, because eventually you they like defend for your homeland. And even like every Jew in the diaspora till today knows that no matter what, even if you're in the United States or wherever you are, you can go back to Israel. And for you guys to be able to go to your homeland after you got the independence from Sudan back then, so it would be great for you, you know. So I think there is like unity and fighting for your land. This is what we had back then, and I think not much more. Like we can talk about military drills and whatever, but eventually this is what allows us to win, although we were inferiors in ammunition. And I do hope that you'll get your independence as your nation. And and as I said to Odysseus, like I would love to hear your narration about, like I would love to hear more about you guys, because honestly there isn't a lot of knowledge. They don't talk about what's happening. Like if I compare it to other conflicts in the world, your conflicts doesn't appears too much in the news, and I would like to hear more about it.
Definitely, Brother Rotem. And I wanted to appreciate you again for your time, for being with us here. I know it's late in your area. I think we might have to conclude it for tonight, for the sake, because also to give you rest. But Thursday, definitely, we're coming back and we will be discussing more. And you also continue the narration. I have some questions also. I think, I don't know, I'll reserve it for next time. In particular, England, the way how they treated Israel when they were, uh, fighting for their land, their ancestral land, and what happened is that it seems like England was not cooperative, was not supportive. It seems even like when you talked about David Ben Gurion, the late president of Israel, he was one of those resistant movement. I think there was also one thing that he was. I think I don't know if he regretted, because there's a book. I did not finish it, but I was read that he about the the incident in the hotel. Is that him? That was him, right? I think that was him. The hotel that was blown up, and then there was some Israelis also were casualties. Is
Yes,
that true? Am I correct? Yeah.
it's the King David Hotel.
Yes.
What happened is like at some point, the British started with the Balfour Declaration, and at some point they were hostile. So there were a lot of struggles with the British, because like it's a vast thing to talk about. But the thing is that one of there was a military force. It's not belong to Ben Gurion, because Ben Gurion is the Haganah. There were like the Haganah, the Etzel, and the Lehi. Ben Gurion is the Haganah. Eventually, the Haganah became to IDF. It's a different military group that was back then. I think it was at the Etzel. And like it was the bombing of the hotel. We like there was no intention to hurt lives. They got like a phone call to leave the place because we are bombing it. I think I don't remember what was like the sequence of events back then. I can check. But like they called them like 3 times. We even called the French embassy that was near them. The back then like another time, and like the French embassy opened the window because they believed what the Etzel said, but the British was arrogant. They said like you won't tell me what to do. And eventually, unfortunately, it's like it killed also Jews that were in the hotel, and it killed like the British that were there in the hotel. And this wasn't the intention, but because the British were said that they are not going to evacuate anyone, and that they don't care and they don't afraid, it was like it blew up eventually, and destroyed like part of a wing of the hotel. But it's like it's not a wing of Ben Gurion. It's a different wing. It's called the Etzel.
Thank you so much, brother. I see here Nancy. Miss Nancy, you have any question for Mr. Rotem? I think after that we will conclude, and we want to appreciate Brother Rotem and Miss Didi and Mr. CJ. If any last word, but go ahead, Miss Nancy, if you have any question or remark you want to say. Thank you. Oh, is she dropped herself, Miss Nancy?
Yeah, she
I don't know if she dropped herself accidental. Give her a chance. Yeah. Hi, Miss Nancy. Are you there? Yeah, unmute yourself. I think, yeah, she's new. Unmute yourself, press the mic on, and so if you want to have anything to say, please go ahead.
Um, Thank you so much, moderators of today, and thank you so much, Rotem, for the remarkable history of your struggle. I have a question. My concern is, like, of course, when you're preparing for such a war with another country, with several countries who are very strong. My concern is basically goes for some basic necessities like food. Did you guys plan for food in advance for people, because maybe you're going to be in closed door for so many days, maybe perhaps weeks or months? Were there any plan for food, for medication, some just basic necessities?
So the thing is that there was no preparation. As like I try to draw the line of events. We didn't prepare for this. And the citizen, it was snowy back then in Jerusalem, and the citizens almost died there. But we constantly try to put convoys and to deliver food to those areas. It's like it's hard to prepare for something like that, and I didn't think like we had the privilege to prepare. But like there were a few things that help us. Some of the thing was like the cities were built in a way that they could like self-defend themselves for a period of time. They had like a small amount of food, but there were like all the first part of the struggle was to deliver them food. And to break I think the main point is like it's hard to prepare, and if you can prepare, it's the best. But eventually, you will need to break the blockade, and you would need to create some kind of territorial sequence that you will not allow we couldn't allow the Arab to put blockade for too much time on Jerusalem, because the Jews would got starved. Like there were 100,000 Jews, and they would just got starved. And we paid for this with like a lot of convoys died on the way to Jerusalem, but there was no other choice. I think like the key is like if you can prepare, it's like it's the best thing. But a lot of time in this war, it's like it's not something predictable. You don't know what is going to happen. And like first we got attacked by local Palestinians and like the local Arabs, and then we got attacked by volunteers that came from all kinds of countries, and then we got attacked by armies of six Arab armies. I don't think like we could prepare for that. I think like if you can prepare, it's the best, but preparation is not enough. You need along the way to always reinvent yourself, to build ties. Like for us, the Jews in the diaspora help us to buy the weapon. But like a lot of countries that didn't support us. So it's nice to build allies with other countries, but a lot of countries, but the countries not always will go on your side. If you can do it, it would be best. But a lot of time that you can trust only your people. And like you always need to think along the way. And I think one of the turn point of the war was when we went from defensive mode to offensive, to attack and not just be on defense. But it's hard. Like it took us a few months of doing it, and it's like it's not something simple. I wish that preparing was enough, but it's preparing and always being dynamically and get assists from whoever you can. It's like in my eyes. Thanks.
Thank you.
Again, thank you so much, my brother Rutem, for your great input on this topic. And definitely, Thursday we'll be back, and hopefully, the next time we'll have more numbers where they will listen, because it's very important. Um, in particular, I will let Didi and CJ also, if they have anything to say, the final word, and also Brother Rutem. I just want to say I appreciate this great, time you took to be with us. It's really we are humbled because what Israel have done in history. It's an inspiration to a lot of people around the world of how the state of Israel was created under struggle, under threat, and the existential threat that your people were almost where these people were coming against you to exterminate you, the same like the Nazis. But you stood your ground and you fought hard, and because of their bravery of your ancestors and the sheer willingness that they will defend their father's land, their mother's land, their ancestral land, and they will never let any enemy come and take them away. And that's what even today I see the inspiration of your ancestors still here, in determining that I will not let Israel, I will not go from Israel. Whatever they want, they got to take me dead, not alive. So, and this is what we as Equatorial also stand that we want to tell our people, Equatorians now, it's better to stand for yourself, for your home, because it's a nobler thing. It's a sacred thing. Even God will bless you for it because this is your home. Your land is your identity. Without your land, you're nothing. So it's a great honor to be with you, and I look forward for the next also the other chapters that you have to narrate on it. And then also I have questions I don't want to ask right now, but I'll ask it later, because definitely I would love to have more. We will have more audiences, and in particular the Equatorians and our uh, brothers from Israel, brothers and sisters from Israel, to come also join us. And also later we can narrate also the issues of Equatoria, because it's very important to also let our people of Israel to know that there is something happening in uh, in Equatoria, where our people are getting
Definitely.
to. Yeah, thank you so much. So Didi, CJ, please go ahead if you want to say anything, and then yeah. Hello, CJ or Didi, any one of you?
Thank you. I just wanted to give thanks to you, Rotem. Thank you so much for enduring all this long. I don't know how long it went for, but for being patient and telling the history and the struggles and the war that you guys fought hard, um, and several countries that came against you. And like also, I would really have questions, but then because I listen attentively, my questions was going to be narrating towards like because we were actually wanted this to be an inspiration on how the strategic and the momentum that you guys have to inspire our people and stuff like that, that fear is not an option, something that one can boast upon themselves. But yeah, I'll say that I will not bombard you anymore, and I will just leave it for Thursday when we come next time. And also probably because next time we will be probably like also like living it on our StreamYard on our forum, that it can stay there as a record. And because a lot of people from our people down there, they come and see because of different times and also security purpose. So people come in their own timing. Usually when we do live, we mostly targeting our people down there rather than audience which are only out here. So they usually come in their own time. So this will really be so beneficial to them that they can be of a courage and be inspired of the next episode that we're going to be carrying. So I just want to really to thank you so much, and thank everybody that is up here, Odysseus and CJ, Nancy. Thanks to Babula, Chukudum, Davidka, Moses, and Isabella, and Ben Johnson, Alio, I think Zol, and Junior. Thank you. I hope JF is for Junior. I'm not. I hope so. So I just wanted to thank you guys so much. This is really a very productive conversation and or discussion, you know. Like it's been said, I usually like to say this, that an iron sharpen an iron. Um, in this case, this is what it is. Like if you needed to fight, you needed to you need to exist basically. You have to look into an example, or a people that have done it, have walked the walk and talked the talk, and then you can get inspired. So in this case, we're really happy and glad to have you here. Thank you so much for your time, and I think I'll leave it here, and I can't wait for the next episode on Thursday. And my question will be on the guidelines of, you know, uh, coming, you know, and as an Equatorian or Equatorians looking into what can they do, or how can they be inspired, or, you know, the mistakes and the things that, you know, we could see, look into how you guys have carried on militarily, and also I mentioned strategically already. I cannot say it again. So I'll leave it here. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you guys for listening.
Yeah, you're welcome.
CJ, you need to fix your mic. I think,
All right.
Mr. CJ. Yeah, go ahead.
Uh, I need to say to Mr. Rotan, what a wonderful time, you have just joined with us here, you spent it with us. Thanks for giving us that, narrating the history of Israel's, how did we come to existence. I'm proud of you. This, I don't know how to say, but somehow so glad that your people have fought seriously indeed, and they reached their goal. So as well, we're also looking forward to Equatoria, that one day you may hear of our history as we're struggling, and my best wishes for you and family as well. Hoping that we are looking forward actually to have you the next rounds. So I didn't make it earlier, but I'll make sure that I went through all these recorders, understand what you have just point out. The story is there also clear in the media as well. So uh, I'll just end up here and wish you all the best, guys, and all our brothers who have just attended with us, attend this program with us as well. And that hopefully next time, there'll be more many of us to come, and we will contribute also no more, no matter that we will go far telling you our side of the story and the situations that we're being going through. Definitely, as you have said, our issue is not yet worldwide. There's no specific, media-wise, there's nothing that you might have heard about. But I believe that people like you can make a difference, by telling people out there, as well as your colleagues, try to tell them about what Equatoria is going through, as well as all people. Thank you, Yeomans, and thanks, brother. Until then, God bless you and bless each and every one of us who are around here. Thank you. Thank you, Atika.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, go ahead, Brother Rotem, your final thoughts, and and then we'll say good night for everyone. Thank you, Father. Welcome.
Thank you guys. I really appreciate that you're listening, and I will also would love to hear more about your struggle. And have a great weekend. Have a great week. Sorry, just finished the weekend.
Yes, it's a week. I know it sounds like weekend, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, and good night to everyone. And also, thank you again, Miss Nancy, for your contribution and your question. We look forward for you to come back again to be with us. Make sure you put an alert on the next coming episode to this lesson Equatoria can learn from State of Israel, the struggle for statehood. Because yes, Israel is an inspiration to a lot of people around the world, in particular those nations who are looking to have their statehood. And truly, Israel withstood time, withstood challenges, and of course, as long as you're in the right, God will always be with you. And we, the same in Equatoria, are fighting for our right, and we know God is with us, and we're not going to give up, and we're going to continue fighting until we find our land free from tyranny and occupation that is happening by this tribal regime that is now destroying our people and chasing them away. So thank you so much, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you guys.
Um, thank you. Can you hear me?
Oh yes, perfect.
Are you here?
Thank you. Finally,
Oh yeah,
yes,
thank
I
you.
am.
Yeah, I think I moved to my iPad, but it's still I feel like using the computer would have been better. But
Oh,
I
awesome,
have to use
awesome, guys.
my
I was
phone.
like, yeah, please. I hope you can speak that. That's good. Thank you, and thank you for those who are watching us, also following us. Go ahead, Didi. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome back.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everybody that is here and people who are gonna watch later on as an inspiration. Thank you so much. You're awesome. You've been valued, and every time you interact with any videos that we make, it's really important to us and it's special to us because we connect really through the this settings and these issues. That's how we connect with each other, and that's how we communicate. In every struggle, that you find the people that are struggling, being abused, marginalized, they going through genocide. There is always a way and a language that people will communicate. There will always be a window, that God will open up for this kind of group of people so that they can educate themselves and they can sharpen themselves. As I usually say, that only an iron can sharpen an iron. So I think this is roundabout time that we should be at work. Really, we should be waking up from our sleeping, and we should really, like, everybody take their place. There is no I am young. There is no I have no experience. There is no I am old. There is no I'm afraid or something like that, or I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. We all gonna muck around until we get ourselves right, until we get ourselves right to our land and get ourselves free. Um, the problem that we're going through is really not a matter of joke. It's not a matter of if I just brush it away, kind of messy, we bunker down and think that, you know, and I can act submissive, for example, and I can be masakin, namon siyaja, mashakil they will go away. But no, the more Zol can you push it around, the more you quiet, the more Zol they push it some more until to the extent that it will go nowhere to stay. Just like you see now, Equatorians right now get to Rejunas, get the next country, which is the neighboring country. And this is something that Equatoria my experience في في حياتهم before, until let me say بكون زمن colonization back, and then even during زمن اللي كان احنا مع ناس North Sudan. At least Equatorians can into dignity, زمن كان ناس جيجيني سوا ناس كان into dignity. و إذا كان عندنا continue that stay في السيستم ده كان decentralization ده. أنا ما أعرف بعربي جينا ده شنو, but اللي هو كوكورا, which is nas gi like to misinterpret usually what the kokora de nas ketir gi fail في area de so miserable mongi describe حاجة de قال فيني kokora de مثلا ita madar nas ولا شنو but kokora could mean a lot في روتان تكارو language. kokora طبعا exactly هذا mean like ita gi قسم حاجة الاثنين ولا ita gi قسم حاجة سوا سوا عشان كل زول بقدر ita كان مثلا جي قسم أكل في نص ولا أي حاجة في نص ولا يتقسم حاجة ده into two ولا into three or into four parts عشان بتيموا la iya zol de amana to zade ma be mana gale Equatoria gesimu nas bara وشيل حاجات bara من الناس. ففي زمن ده طبعا Equatoria der نظام Equatoria wants a way of organization, a way of Equatoria want to carry on with civilization, but Nasan in the Mader can, Mon Mader, and they don't want to even to look into what they have in their goodies, in their basket. They don't want to use what they have. And even to this time, it's really shocking, Lana, that, Anna, Jasma, Naza fi Beletomon, Hinaka Tara Beletomon is very good, even Beletomon is very fertile, rainy waters and stuff like that. But Naza bes ma bagdar geni fi mahala mon mafrut kutu fogo kada mon geni. Mahala nas fadalu mon fogo kada mon geni zaman min turjumon min zaman ta, mon jera min tijata north, min tijata, Sudan behnak. Nas fadalu mon kada mon jegeni, but mon agilibu biga mon gamu nefsa to mon ya Asia do mahal. And this kind of people even fi zamani ta kanainu zamanna kan fi zaman ta Sudan al-Kabir dak, Sudan at large, nasa kan magi identify gisin to mon junubin to begin with. Kan mon gosif junubin da mon gosif dainna. Yani mon gamu mon gosif inna ma Arab desa kan zol gura fi junub tanin da bikelen gali kan zol gura lenna tahti nak zol biken gal finak tamashi fi junub wala haja kida wala dai junubin wala haja zare. So ناس اصلا ممكن ما كتب على تومن مننا ساوى ولا حاجه زي سو في كده كتير ناس كان قولوا قالي زمان انك كان جيني ساوى انك كان منو لا ده كده. انا متذكر زمان كرتون بس يلي ناس وفي كرتون ذاته ناس كان كل زول جيني في حياته وبكون مدارس يا كان جيلي مناس لكن ذاته ما تدخل كتير كده يعني كان not that much كده interference و mostly تبلغوا even ناس كتير كان جيجين in particular سبب يلا كمان كان دي جا في موضوع بلد هناك ده تكون عارف تكون كله فاهمين كان ناس جيجين كيف في ناس ما عينوا ناس تانين ديل حد إلى بعد زمن تا كوكورا من كرتوم زمن تا كوكورا من السودان which is قريب ده في 2000 I think is it 2011 ولا كم the اسمه شنو the secession زمن ناس جسم من السودان they adopt ناس تانين جارف قال في ناس تانين من محلات تانين ناس تانين أصلا كما جابين كبرتا ناس تانين ده وسوما تانية maybe في زمن تا SPLA ده في جابا ناس تانا الجوين هناك ده يلا ما زمن SPLA جا بيجا دخل في محلات تانين في جوا بلد بهناك جا جاني تابو ناس قتلوا ناس راب ناس عمل حاجات دي كله دي بكون يدوب ناس تانا تانين ده يعني إتكون بيجي جارف ناس ده أشكال وأنواع تومن وbehavior someone مايل تومن كيف تكون كله جارف. أنا بس قلق بتلاقيتكم بعربي إنجليزي عشان كان في زول المعرف إنجليزي أتليسو بلاقي تشير من Arabic simple and أنا بكيف simple إنجليزي and simple عربي. So أنا داير أتكلم شنو؟ إيكواتوريا كده ناس ما give up. أنا داير يوم إن it's like إن جيجا ران series تا SPLA exactly. إن جيجا ونسوا بعد موضوع تا SPLA بعد وين وليه SPLA بعد ب أنا در ونسو كلام ده حتى جيتا ما في حاجة بدوسو إيه حاجة كله بونسو برا وليه reasons الناس أنا even join SPLA we'll talk about it we'll make a series about it a series that will go maybe shorter time so that عشان الناس بقدر أسمع وأنا جي expect قال لي كان في ناس تانيين ده ما بقدر جا participate فوقه لكن بس أنا در زول كان جي جا participate في زمن ده كده زول ما جا ما كده كده زول ما جا عشان أو در كده أينو قالي برا هناك ما أو كان شغال ولو در أتراك ناس ده تا رجيم ده لو در جو نسينا عشان كده اسمه قالوا زول كويس يلا تروجي بيو ناس تو برا إنما در نو ناس ده ندر ونسو كلام ده جدي كده كلام ده حتى بحقيقته ما في كذب ندر عارف عشان Equatorians كل كده فاهم الحقيقة ده شنو يجي حاصل في بلد وذات مستقبل تكون شنو فيتا تكون جيجا جاني شنو كايتو Equatorians إتكون سيجي جاكون في إتكون مرتاحين بحاجة الجي حاصل إتكون جي جاني مرات إتكون ذاته ما عارف حاجات تانية الجورا حاصل إتكون بكرة شنو ولا حاجة الجي حاصل ذاته around إتكون تكون ما بعرف هل تكون تانين جيت رجوع جيجري لهدي في مثلا في جيجي جيني في أنا ما أعرف ده محل ده جيني شنو أنا نسيت اسمه قال across the bridge بهناك في جومبو في جومبو الناس تانين في داك الجوبة ذات ما بعرف قال في أهل تكون تانين إيكواتوريانز ترجو في جومبو ترجو من طالع من اتجاهات ورا بهناك you know من بلد هناك من جري جاكن في جنبه ناس ما بعرف you know so أنا بقدر كلم شنو كان في إيكواتوريانز كان تكون هنا في محلات ناس أنا أعرف قال أصل الحياة صعب كويس لكن أنا أعرف قال كمان إنه بقدر ساعده بعدين إنه بقدر ميدو إيدين سالا كنت في ورا هناك كنت أسمع في ناس ساكي ترجو والله كان إنت عنده حاجة بسيط سالا كان نودل سالا كان شنو سالا إنت بميدو إيدين كمان تبودي بس ما بيجيني لأنه إحنا سالا كان إننا البارني ده إحنا عادة ما أكتر زي عادة تكون الجوا هناك ده إحنا بشكل إننا بونس إننا بيحاول ساعدوا ليه مقروش شنو عشان كده بيو أكل هناك وشنو لكن أنا أعرف قال في ناس تنا كمان هناك تكون شغالين في منظمات تكون شغالين في حكومة تكون شغالين في محلات تانين زمن تحسد ده ما زمن تفساد كويس ده ما زمن تا يتدر عملوا بيو حاجات عملوا شنو ديكوري حاجات بيت وشنو جامل حاجات ده شنو جيجي شيلو من إيتا ده ما زمن تحسد كده عنده قروش كده كده سيف قروش كده إتا بلان لحاجة كويس إتا بلان لطريقات اللي بيجا سيف بيتاكم تانو ده بس حاجة اللي أنا بيكلم لتا بلان لطريقة ساعدوا ناس الجي شكل لتا هسي اللي بيفريتا بكرة عشان تا بكون مرتاح أنا بس ده الكلم شنو إتا كون كان جاينو بدل إتا كون جيجي جيش تاكل تحت زول تاني قدمت زول تاني في بلد تاكي جيش تحمريتا كويس بدل زول تاني يجيش تحمريتا زماني ناس منيا كان مسكين بلد ده إتا كان رجع شاكل شيلو بلد تاكي ورا إتا مش وظيفة لتا دار علي تجرى بيو أهل تاكي برا ولا كان إتا جرو ديوس جسم تاكي تاكي ننزل مستوى تاكي نمن على درجة ذاته بيكفتيتا في جو مكتب كانت مرة بنيكاميتا برابيتا بعملتها حاجات دول كله إيالتكم كله جي كرابو كان مثلا إنه ديساد إنه وقف لنفسه بكرة مناسب ده نزموني يجي جشيلو بالذات إتا كنا الجي جاني هناك ده مش دلا إتا كنا الجي جاني هناك ده إتا كنا يعمل منصب ده إتا كنا يجي جاني فوقه كان هو دهب ده بدل بانقولو بودي لناس جامعة ده كويس ناس لسا جي أزي بيتا كنده جي كاتوليتا كنده كان إنه وقف كويس إنه طلب بلد تنا ده كويس دهب ده جي جاكون لناس منو مش دهب ده جي جام فايتا كون إتا ذاتي يا بكون ذاته زول المسك دهب ده you're the one who will be in control and you will be the one benefiting yourself and benefiting your community إنه در بلد الجيت تاور إنه در بلد الجرو اللي قدام ما بلد الناس جي جين كانوا ناس جريجا ورا تاينو بلد ما جي موف ahead ما في health care system أصلا هذا في جوا villages كيف يعني في جوا villages ناس لسه جي جين كانوا وتدا لسه أرض كانوا لسه كلاجو جديد يعني ناس ما جي موف لقدام وانت كان قاعد in this world عالم ده كله طور خلاص عالم كله فات قدام كيف يعني في جوا بلد ناس بس أسروا ناس جي جين frozen في جوا مدينة تانين ذاته big towns تانين أسروا ناس بس جي جين كانوا ناس يعني كانوا أصلا يعني أنا ما أعرف كانوا إنه ده يعني إنت ما أعرف ذاته بتسكرايب كيف ناس زي ما دار تطور جسم تتومن ليه إنه بيلخبط إنه في mentality تناس ده إنه ما كانوا في الدنيا ده عشان قالتها بيجي شكلها بزول قتلوا زول نياكا مهجت زول أسروا نفسها تدرجني مع زول بقوة فكان في زول درجني زي ناس تعرفنا ده درجني زي خلاص ما في مشكلة كلامهم بس رجع ورا كانوا من در ولا ما در نبرجع من ورا من برجع ورا في محلتهم وكلي إيكواتوريا جيني بطريقة الإيكواتوريا دار let Equatoria thrive let Equatoria develop let Equatoria continue with all the aspect of civilization lifestyle اللي Equatoria there let Equatoria experience peace لأنه ده ما حياة الهاس الناس عايشين فوق ده فأنا ونسو كتير أنا بسيبيني I'll give it to you thank you for giving me the chance Odysseus that was really an inspiring story to hear from Rotem. The day we sat down and listened to him, asking him, interviewing him to tell us, narrate to us all the strategies and stuff like that. And yet again, we yet to sit down next week. I'm really hoping Galinas Ketir Bija Basma. And I will encourage really most of the people down there, if you listen to this video and if you're able to play it to people down there, you do it by all means. Anita come back there, explain Loman Nakamul Defish, you know, and why are we doing this, and the things that okay in there. All what we're telling you is like to give you courage, to tell you that we're with you step by step, you know. In every motion we are with you. And حاجات أنا قاعد نوجي حصل هناك ده حاجات ده جوا جنة شديد, you know. إنت ما بقدر سيبو ناس تاكي, إنت ما بقدر جسم تاكي برا من ناس تاكي تجانو ناس تاكي جي تبان. أول حاجة ذات الناس إنت ما بقدر عارفة راس تاكي فوق في أي محل كان تقرا فوق, إنت ما بقدر, لأنه يتعرف ناس تاكي هناك تبانين ويتكون إن ذاته بيجي من احترام. وكالتشر الناس ده فوق ده ما كالتشر تانا, ليتا بيرودو كالتشر تزول تاني. So إذا كده وقف قوي. um, I will I will ask you, Odysseus, what do you think what Rotem was explaining? Can you hear me?
Hello? Yeah,
Yeah,
repeat the question again. Sorry.
yeah. I was just saying,
Mm-hmm.
what were your thoughts and what were you thinking? How do you what were you thinking? What do you think? I mean, what Rotem has been explaining the other day, and what are your thoughts about?
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. Well, I had a lot of thoughts, to be honest. I didn't have one idea, many ideas, many thoughts, because when I was hearing, uh, and I'm proud to call him Brother Rotem because he was really humble to come around us and speak with us in a very meekful way, in a meek way that he tried to explain to us the struggle of Israel to the extent that they came they came to realization that there is nothing greater than to fight for their land and their history and legacy. And at that moment when I was listening to him, mostly what I could just describe is like was an inspiration. I was so inspired, and this is not the first time. Even reading about the history of Israel and reading about of history of any nation, any community in this world who fought for their independence or their people in regard or their lands against tyranny,
I think
against occupation.
sorry, your mic is making a little bit of a sound. I'm not sure. Like,
Is it like what,
yeah, like
echo?
almost like your mic, yeah, like an echo of the mic, like almost like when you're
Oh,
blowing into a tin or a cup, something like that.
oh, is
Yeah,
it okay now? Is it okay now?
can you? Yeah, no, it's
Is
still
it
there.
okay?
No, it's still there.
Oh,
Huh?
really? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, hold on. I think
yeah.
something.
Actually, it's getting worse.
Oh, really? Okay, hold on.
إن
Uh
أنا
oh.
like a traditional lugar ولا حاجة. Yeah, would you like to try? Yeah, sorry guys. I think he's fixing his mic. He'll be back soon. Yeah, but that was really like inspiring. Can you imagine? People came from nowhere, having nothing, to come to fight relentlessly. هم ذاته كمان ما شاكلوا against one person, not against one group of people, but multiple countries, well-organized countries. They are fighting against. They were fighting. I mean, not they are. They were. They're still fighting. They still have some struggle going on, but they were fighting against a well-trained armies, you know, a well-organized combat. Is it combat or combat? Nations that have
Yeah, well,
formed.
hello? You
Yeah,
hear me?
yeah, you're back. Yeah, welcome back.
Yeah, I say a well organized army, like a professional army.
Yeah,
I hope I'm not echoing anymore.
No, no, you don't right now. I'll let you know if there is. I'll open
Okay.
my mic
Yeah, go
and
ahead.
not
Go ahead.
interrupt you, and I'll
Continue.
let you
Sorry, I
know.
interrupt you. I just wanted to say, yeah, a professional army
No,
from the neighboring
I
country.
was filling in just while you fixing your mic, so I was just
Mhm.
filling in saying,
Yeah, go ahead.
they had to struggle against a well organized countries, with armies that are
Yes.
well professionally trained, well
Hmm.
combating in wars, and they've been doing it for like for like decades, So, but
That's true.
these people come up, and they come up with what they have and what they could do, just like us, like, helping one another. But what intrigued them, and what gave them the momentum, I think, and the strength to continue, I think, is the fact that, knowing that, there are people down there, they're very active,
Hmm.
believing in their coordination with each other. So,
Yes.
this what kept them going, knowing that, they can trust each other completely in what they're saying. Trust is very important, and also knowing that, you've got nowhere to go. You know, this is
Absolutely.
the first thing that you said. Like, this is it. You have nowhere to go. Europe has rejected you. You cannot stay anywhere, and this is the place, and the only place that you can live in. And you can be safe. So this is, I think, what pushed them to the limit. And knowing that sometimes when you're fighting against Goliath, and then there's this anger that comes in within you. It's like, you think like, then, is it because you think that you're big? Is it because you think that you're well armed? Is it you think that because you're well organized you can push me around? And this is what brings in the David strength, you know in that
Hmm.
time, in that moment of weakness, and that what pushed them to go further and fight. you know and this is something that I would really admire in Equatoria. If Equatoria begin to wake up, I want Equatoria down there to begin to push us even. We want this. We want you to do this. We want you to stand, to help us in this area. You know, and this is what we are doing.
Exactly.
I want Equatoria to rise up. The sleeping giant should rise up. Really, should wake up. Should be awake and begin to move. You know, that's all that I could say for now. So,
Absolutely.
we'll come back.
Yeah, you hear me, right?
Yes, yes, I heard you.
Yes. What I'm going to do, because I want us to kind of like leave this as a recorded segment of what we have spoken last week. But what we're going to do is we're going to have a room right now. Um, in a minute after this, we end this, and then we do analysis on our discussion on this topic, what we understood from this, what are the lessons Great Equatoria can learn, because we want to give a chance for every Equatorian to listen to that audio, and then to also listen to us just putting our analysis. If that's good with you, Didi, we can just shut this off and then we turn it on.
Um,
Hmm.
yeah,
If you want to say
yeah.
something,
I
go
think,
ahead.
would it not be okay if we do the second segment, and then we can analyze everything, or?
No, we just wanted to make a brief analysis on this. Is it?
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, we can wait. I mean, it's not a problem because we want to just kind of like talk briefly. Or what do you think? It's just like democratic. I will take your
Yeah, I
word,
don't mind, but yeah, I don't mind. I was just saying that, that
because this is part one, and then this is
hmm.
part one on what Mr. Ratem has said. So wanted to kind of like understand if it's okay.
Yeah, that's good.
So yeah, I know a lot of people now in Clubhouse are talking over there, but it's nonsense. Mostly they talking about things that has no any use, blame game and insults as usual. You see the crazies and the psychos are speaking out on trying to still, I don't know. These people are so much in pain and agony every time they have to mention us as Equatorian who are calling for self determination as separatists, as we are a problem and all that. And, like it's really sad. And I see there is a room opened right now. I think it's been a while. They talked about IO, now they went back into attacking Equatorian nationalists, Equatorian separatists. by saying that we are problems, and they want to also kind of instigate the confusion why
Who room
but
is
this is not our problem anyway, because they can talk day and night about us. For us, what
whose
we
room is
stand
that?
the usual guy, this the psychotic man, Jono Chang. The man is hopeless. The man is actually mental. So, but the one thing, the funny thing, I see a lot of our people love to. I think they like to be entertained by crazy people. When they see psychos, you see people. Everybody want to listen, which you don't benefit anything from it. You just benefit ignorance. You gain more ignorance. You gain no knowledge, no information that can help you to even advance as a person, as a character, in a society, even as a part of the productive, as a productive part of society. You see, when you see, when you, like, this is one thing I remember as a kid. They always tell us, when you associate yourself with a criminal, or with a thug, or with a drug dealer, or with an alcoholic, you will be like them, because sooner or later you will be part of them, because your mindset will be like them. It's like a common thing that is known in the human nature, that we are very, we like, we remember the word they said, I forgot the word, there's a term like, you are what you eat. Remember that word? And the same thing is like, you are what you do, what you
Yeah,
hear, what you
yeah,
say.
yeah.
Yeah, so because of the society that we are in, some people are very influential indirectly, because we are, human being. We have a very complex, you know psych, if I could say, or psychology, that that mankind. That's why you see a lot of those psychologists and those scientists, when they try to go delve deep into the mind of human being. They find that there is a lot of complexness in their way of thinking. Some will think positive, some will think negative, some will be completely nerve wracked, like completely confused, destroyed mentally. They can't even know wrong from right. And all this because the condition they put themselves in. And this is why when we talk on part of this, it's really kind of, you could understand. And I feel like our community, they have begun to enjoy the wrong. And like they say, when your community begin to, and the downfall of a community, when people start talking gossips, yeah, shamarat بيقولوها بالعربي. If people start enjoy gossiping on each other, then I think that's the downfall of a society. And that's not a society that will be productive in the future. Society that will have no future in the coming order or any time else, because they are now carrying the most ugliest, disgusting habit, which called gossiping, and doing nothing but just being weak. Especially for men to do that, even is worse. We understand they say women, they do that, but that's also not right, because the unwise woman will be behaving that kind of it. But the wise woman always think of a productive thing, inspiring her children, inspiring a society, inspiring even her husband. But a foolish woman always will only live on a gossip, live um, on things that has no any meaning, no value, and you could see that. But for us, we don't see that, and that's why we want our people to wise up, instead of running after lunacy and all the other things that has no benefit for us as a community. And remember, especially for those who have kids. Uh, oh, Didi, I think your internet disconnected. But I'll leave this. Everyone who have kids, and we don't have kids, but I say everyone who have kids. My message: we were children. As I was a child, and I've seen one thing. Uh, to inspire a child, you need to actually teach them something that will resonate in them. Inspire them with your principles, your belief, your standard in life. It doesn't matter if you're educated or not educated. Just show them something that will make them proud of you, instead of being a person of no respect or value in yourself. You don't want to, and don't ever teach your child to be a person who will have envy, an envious character, or hateful or jealous. because that will be destruction to a society. I'm sorry we deviated from our topic, but the main topic was earlier was what Equatoria can learn from Israel, and I am proud to say that Israel have achieved greatness, and we can learn from them. And they were kind enough, like our brother Rotem from Israel. He was talking to us from Tel Aviv direct last week, and he will come here again next week on Thursday, not this Thursday, the next Thursday. He will be with us. We will continue part two, and he will definitely explain to us a lot of things. But I was inspired for what DDL earlier was mentioned. How did I feel? I was inspired by what he was saying. Some of it I already read and knew about it, and some that I was listening from him even was like mind boggling, and to the point that I was like, wow, I'm really touched by what he was saying. And let this be in our record that we Equatorian people, it's time for us to really wake up from our slumber, wake up from this, you know, confusing, wasting time on thing that has no value. Let's look at ourselves. Let's build ourselves. Let's inspire each other. Let's build ourselves to the point that we do not let any enemy come into between us. Today we see some fools and buffoons who are right now, and especially in Clubhouse, I've seen a lot of ignorant people who are running around out there doing the most ridiculous things, especially like right now there is a like the craziness that is happening, you know. And one thing you have to understand also, our enemies are using those ignorant people and these foolish people, these mentally disabled people, and I call them disabled, to the point that they will come up with any topic even though it sounds interesting, because the topic will be titled just to you know to entice you. يعني العنوان بيكون كمغص للاستوائيين، واخص شو مغني اتاك استوائيين. يعني هسه الشخصيه اسمه جونو تشانغ ده he's always out there creating talk. وانا بقول بوضوح I'm not afraid he can go and say whatever he wants to say about me. But الزول ده صراحة ده مجنون نهائي، لأنه ما ممكن أنت تشتم أهلك، تشتم أخواتك، وتعمل نفسك أنت زول مصلح. يعني أنا ذاته كان ابني والله أنا بنتحر عديل كده. I'm not joking. I will kill myself because I cannot live and say this is my father, because that's a shame. He brought shame to his family and to his ancestors. خليك من عياله بقى. لأنه how could you, how dare you go to the extent. انت واحد من الناس اللي دخلت في الحركه الشعبيه وفشلت، وانت ضيعت مستقبل تاع استوائيين، لانه كثير من الناس اللي دخلوا في الحركه الشعبيه وخاصه شخصيات زي ده اللي ما بيتوبوا ما بيعرف ان هم عملوا خطا. He want to come around and just insult Equatorians, say the worst things. I don't want to go far. Let me stop here. I will talk the next when I come in there in the next topic. But I was a good best at the end. Let's really wise up Equatorian. لانه الانيميز بتاعنا they are trying everything. وهم بيستخدموا شخصيات زي هؤلاء الناس انا قبل شويه mentioned like what the person I mentioned, because they know people like that are really good to create distraction. يعمل توتر وازعاج ودوشه عشان يخلي كل العقول في الاستوائيين يكونوا confused. وبالاخص انا قاعد اشوف التارجت اللي ناس الاعداء بتاعنا قاعد يستخدموا هو in the outside in diaspora, because they see diaspora كلهم محتكين وملتصقين بهؤلاء الناس اللي هم بينادوا انفسهم هم القاده تاع الجنوبيين او تاع الاستوائيين، وبتلقى احنا بنمشي وراهم ك يعني كدراويش. شفت دراويش مهدي؟ بقينا زي دراويش مهدي. That's how exactly we are become. Like even in English I can put it as cheerleaders. We're just cheering for them and they are riding us into our abyss, يعني للمأزق بتاعنا. So I don't want to go far. I will leave it here now. But please be careful, because today the enemy are trying up their best. Like I said, Equatorian is not only attacked militarily, they are not attacked economically, they also attack politically, even academically. They're trying hard to change the mindset of Equatorian by so many lies, so many persuasive language, to the point that to the extent that they want Equatorian to kind of feel they have no power, only to ally themselves with the ones who are killing them, the ones who are oppressing them, the ones who are undermining their right, by telling them, shut up, let us go together as one South Sudanese, we can liberate this country together. No, we did it before. It's done. It's done deal. Now Equatorial need to look at themselves. Like what Israel said, they were the underdog in front of the enemies. They were the underdog. Politically, they didn't have power. Militarily, didn't have power. But they did not give up the land of their ancestors, and they fought to the end. And now today, their children are proud of them to talk about their ancestors, their fathers, like people like Ben Gurion. He'll be like a grandfather of many generations of our time. He's a man who really rose to his potential. He fought. He did it when he was young. He never gave up, even when he knew he could just sit down and raise his children and forget about everything, because he feel like he's a one man. But he didn't think like that. He actually, uh, you know, um, over yeah, rose up to the thing that people tell him like you cannot do it, and he really proved that he's actually able to do it. He's more than what they are trying to determine him to be. So he made his legacy, and now today people are proud of him, and he's become a historical name in history, not only in Israel but around the world. Ben Gurion, even the airport in Israel is named after him, David Ben Gurion Airport. To know that this man is somebody of a legacy, and he inspired all the others of him with him, Israeli people around him, to fight, even volunteered to fight for the land of Israel, and they defeated their enemy at the end. And this is what we need to learn as Equatorians: to stand up for our land, regardless who you are. As a leader cannot stand with the people, a leader cannot talk about the people, right? Then this is not a leader. A leader need to stand with the people side by side, even if he would give his life for it. And we could see even those other revolutionaries around the world. Some of them, they lost their life for their land, but they made it. They made their land become proud, because they inspired the other people to fight. Even the ancient time, like we can go back to the ancient Greeks and Spartans, or how they fought and defeated Persian. The King Leonidas, he died for his land. He's the first person to die, and of course in movies they bring him as he died last, but he actually died the first person in that battlefield, to show to his army that I'm not going to let, because I'm a king. My responsibility is to lead. I'm not going to be sitting behind and lead from behind. I will lead from the front. When I mean that, if the time come for me to be in the front, I will not hesitate to be there. And he did. He was known as a king, a son of a king, inherited the kingship. Even he was trained as a soldier. But at the end, when time came for him to sacrifice, he did not hesitate. He was the first one to volunteer and go in the front, and told his other Spartans to wait for him. You know, if they died, let them continue campaigning. So all the Greeks come together to defend their land and their people from what? From invasion of the Persians. So every nation in this world has a history. Let Equatorian now make that history, starting by defending our land. If our leaders are cowards, our leaders are sellouts, let us, the people, make or build the legacy that could be. Because when Israelis ran away from, the massacres that happened to them and the genocide that happened to them in Europe, when they came to their land, heroes were born. Those heroes were even made during that time. People like Ben Gurion, he was nobody compared to others. He was just somebody who came from a very humble family, but he made it a legacy that Israel today are surviving and thriving because of him. He survived Holocaust. Most of these people who built the Israeli nation that called Israel were survivors of Holocaust, and they made it to become a nation. Today, Equatorians, we are surviving not only the the Khartoum wars, the other wars that we've been through. Even now, we are surviving this SPLM. It's time for us to build our heroes and to make the right decision. Everything could be possible if we put our will and sheer will to make it happen. So I thank you guys. I will be with you back in shortly, but we might, we will discuss with Didi on what to do next. But either we go today or we go tomorrow on the analysis. So, Didi, final thoughts, and thank you for coming back, because I will shut that. I will shut this thing after that.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. I think it's okay. You can go ahead. We have said all that. We have analyzed, even we've done the analysis of what we thought about what he's saying, and how to and encourage people really not to, mostly not to be afraid.
Yes.
And this is a very emotional time, really, and a very stressful time. And it's just a time that, imagine, we have been decimated from being a country, a nation by ourselves. We have been robbed so much from us. If some people can be robbed and then can come back, what about us who are still in the ground? What can we do? Most of us are still in the ground. Be it even if we have to regenerate ourselves as Equatorian all the way with our people who are in the parts of the East Africa, then we have to. If we're gonna have to, then we have to recreate our nation back. You know, if that's what has to take, if that's what should take us, then it has to be. It has to be because we have even our people who now living left the country now for even from I don't even know from the beginning of even sometimes Anyanya to Espele to those days back, and they're living out there, and then they just they have never come back. These are the people that we needed them for connection. We needed them for a lot that we can come together and fight this final battle that it can restore us really back, to being a nation, and for us to resecure ourselves this time once and for all. If the Young Union, which now called the Young Council of Elders, if they could plan, a long-term strategies, why can't we not? It have taken them decades to do what they're doing today. What is happening in Equatoria is a plan that has been planned. They have planted this seed. They plan long to fertilize it, to water it, let it grow, and only the worst part is like they just they are absolutely wrong in what they're doing. They don't have the rights to do what they're doing. They don't have the rights to come and invade Equatoria just because Equatoria has wanted to be by themselves. Um, I think if you're causing it, if you're reacting to someone who have bared you so long suffering, you should look into what you have caused this person, this person to separate themselves away. You should not look into the reaction why this person has decided, that I want separation from you. I think it's because of your actions that made that person, to want to separate. One of the things that people usually do, because we live in a sometimes in a society or in a world that sometimes people don't want to be held accountable. People just do as how they want, and especially when you're coming from a background of such barbarical people, you could see really, before you talk about even that, they could, oh yeah, we are one people and stuff like that. Look what they're doing to their own people. Look how they're living. If these people cannot have peace in their place, then who dare are you to think that these people can come and live with you, and you can live one as one people with no problem, with no wars, with no killing, with no, name it. There are a lot of things even are happening in the ground that most of it, even the things that we heard of in the media, these are just the tip of the iceberg. A lot of things that are going down there that are not really being told publicly yet. Well, and even to the shocking that a lot of people or a lot of countries now are becoming aware and knowing what exactly is taking place in the ground in Equatoria, in that country in South Sudan, that a lot of people are getting so shocked, and a lot of people are asking people for the awareness. Let's people bring the awareness out. So I'm here telling you, if you know anything, if you have anything, do not withhold. Do not withhold. This is the last minute. This is the last fight that we have to put. You cannot live with people that have been brought up in a way that everything belongs to them. You know, now they have their own home belongs to them, and they cannot even do anything about it. All they did is just killing themselves. They escalated themselves all the way to your country. They're killing themselves over there, and killing you yourself. You know, so you can say this is from their way of life, their way of upbringing. They have no values. These people. So if you look into what they're doing right now, is some Equatorians individual are getting confused. For example, like the one that you mentioned earlier, I don't think. I think confused will be the underestimate word that if I can mention it. I think this is just a deliberate thing. I think this person, he is looking, I think, for a position, or he like you know lo ita mashi بقولوش انت تشرب سمك مش when you're going to fish, you know, the fishermen they just throw jabadat hagomba out there, you know, their net, their fishing net. Yeah, you know, seeing whatever it's gonna catch, you know, what type of fish it's gonna catch. I think this is what this man is doing, you know. He's just banging around seeing who can collect him and give him that position, you know. So because you can clearly hear this man one time in a room, he has narrated a very strange story. He said that he was one of the people went all the way over there to Bor and brought these people and put them in Nimile. Okay? In putting them in Nimile, that they were rescuing them from Bor, bringing them to Nimile. How can you rescue somebody from water?
دي
This is they have
hello
lived their entire life. Yeah?
انا بس ما نقاطعك. can we stop this one because إن عملنا 4 hours we need to leave this one
Okay.
as a recorded. يلا نقدر نطلع بس نتكلم حتى لو بسيط في الموضوع نتكلم. I'm sorry to interrupt you if that's okay.
Yeah, that's all right. That's okay.
Okay, we're just gonna put random analysis. Is that good? Instead of talking about this, so wait until the other one. Is that good?
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay. So guys, we will
All
end
right.
up here. Do you think we can put the music or just we shut it off and then um
Um yeah, you can close it and yeah.
let me close it just without music, right? Okay. All right, guys. Thank you. Have a great night. Um, be safe. We'll be back with you in 1 minute from now. Okay. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you, Didier. I'll bring you back.
No, that's fine. That's good.
Yeah. Thank you.